we initiate chaos. Theory guarantees that we'll play like lightning shots, sounding like thunder. For every time in the face that it hits us, we're faster. Well, they should know by now. They see the world keeps trying to shake us. It only waits us. The pendulum swings. The pendulum swings. It's in a beautiful darkness. Napoleon another. It's full steam ahead. Full steam ahead. All about the Petty Express. Misdirected from the start. It's a runaway train. Come a freight train. I come a freight train. In a beautiful darkness, the Petty Express. In a beautiful darkness.
Well, we are back. Welcome to the Petty Express. This is more of a subdued trial for obvious and respectful reasons. But there is a case that is starting today that I kind of want to look into. So if I'm feeling froggy at the end of this evening, we might do a palate cleanser opening statements for the Paul. Now, I don't know if I'm saying this wrong. It's either Cisnero or Cañero case. But that was an older one it's a current case, but the inciting incident is an older thing. So, because watching a quadruple, unaliving alleged case for a little bit of a palate cleanser. But, we all have maladaptive coping mechanisms. Now, I do think it will be really interesting to see where the defense goes with this witness. The defense has been really good at taking these Texas Ranger and law enforcement witnesses and bringing out different pieces of information through them.
Hey,
Howdy.
hey. Ah, how you doing?
Okay, I'm honestly wondering at this point, why are we having a trial?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, for each day, I'm getting further away from a guilty verdict. I should go in the opposite direction. It's the state's case in chief. We're in the middle of it. At least my guess is we are halfway through the state's case in chief. I should be going towards guilty. I'm in the opposite direction.
That's exactly where I am. I was willing to give the state a chance because, again, just by a cursory look, I thought we were going after one of those idiots from the hallway. I thought for sure we're going to get one of those a-holes who maybe stopped a parent.
Yeah. That. I mean, stopping the parents from entering can always be excused with, well, we needed to hold the perimeter and stuff like that. But
I mean, other than the, I'm going to butcher the name, but the Balkan school that was taken over by Chechens and the disastrous response to this is one of the most disastrous responses to a mass casualty event that we've seen in a long time, especially on American soil.
yeah. Me and Mr. Jingles are having cheese.
Ooh.
By the way. There you go. Mr. Jingles really, really, really likes cheese.
Yeah, he does.
I need to be very careful with my fingers.
Yeah. Once he realizes it's all gone, then you're done for.
Yeah. Now I can't give him too much cheese because if I do, I don't like to clean up. But it keeps him happy. I mean, what are you now, Mr. Jingles? 12? 13? Yeah. He's a senior.
See, Jason, I don't know. I don't know if, again, if the parents found out these facts, I mean, what's the likelihood that the state never told them that Adrian went into the hallway?
Yeah.
If you're a parent and you think that this man sat on his butt with your children and come to find out the state knew that he went into the hallway and got shot at, I'd be pissed off.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. And after today, now they know.
Now, they might also be thinking along the lines of what the jury's been told, whatever the lawyers say isn't a fact until it's brought into the case. So they might say, oh, well, his defense is saying this, but they haven't brought in any evidence. Howdy, howdy.
Hi, Slidey. Yeah. Danger with giving Mr. Jingles cheese is you have to keep doing it.
Yeah, the way the state has introduced facts means that the defense basically has to use their case to clear up all the crap that they spewed. And I don't fault the parents for thinking that he could have saved their children. If they heard, the opening statement and what the state's been saying.
Yeah. Yeah. If this keeps going in this rate, with the defense introducing more and more things that actually says, hey, this guy actually saved some kids. And the argument can be, yeah, but he wouldn't have to save the kids if he had gone around the corner. No, but he could be dead.
Good afternoon, Ranger.
Good afternoon.
My name is Nico. We've never met before, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, pleasure to meet you. I'm one of the 3 lawyers that represents Adrian Gonzalez. And you testified before, I'm assuming?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you know how this works. It's cross-examination. I'm going to ask you some questions, and if you don't understand my question, just ask me to repeat it, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you went over some of your training and your kind of your specialties. I'm not going to go through your academy and being a trooper and then being a ranger and then going for ranger school. But you mentioned something that caught my attention. You said, I think the government asked you if everyone is trained the same. You said some have specialties.
Yes, sir.
Oh, what do you mean by specialties?
So within the Texas Ranger Division, we have certain rangers that have gone to additional and more advanced shooting reconstruction schools. Me, myself, I'm one of the instructors for the bloodstain pattern analysis program, so I've had additional training in that realm of things. So that's what I was.
What, 4 weeks? I'm sorry, but I refuse to call a 21-day, 3-week school advanced training. Call me a butt. I just
Referring to when I say that we all have the same foundational training, if you will, and then from there go on to different things if that's what it calls for.
Got it. Well, part of your training is you've trained in firearms.
Yes, sir. I have had firearms training.
And you continue to train in firearms every year.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've been trained in tactics.
Yes, sir.
And so you understand security and safety, and you've worked on school cases before, I'm assuming?
What do you refer to by school
I
cases?
mean, any type of school shooting, active shooting in a school?
As far as an active investigation,
Yes, sir.
I believe Rob was the first active school-related shooting, but I've been involved in other mass casualties, yes, sir.
Okay. Mass casualties is a better way to describe that, generally. Have you ever been in an active shooting situation yourself as an officer?
No, sir.
So and not a lot of officers have been in an active shooting, actual situation. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that, yes, sir.
So an officer or law enforcement individual that has an opinion based off their training, not a lot of times it's because of actual being through that scenario.
That's a fair statement, yes, sir.
Okay. So now I want to direct your attention to the actual investigation that you did. you showed some pictures, and you showed pictures of room 112 and 111. You recall those?
Yes, sir.
And we saw the defects, and that's a word that I think the jury is acclimated to now. A defect means what to you?
In the realm of shooting reconstruction,
Yes, sir.
it means where a projectile's entered a substrate.
Okay. And it's affected that substrate in some form or fashion.
Yes, sir.
And are you a trajectory analyst?
I've had training in it.
Okay, so have you testified on trajectory analysis before?
No, sir, I can't recall that I have in an actual trial setting.
Okay. Well, this won't be the first, but I may ask you some questions about that. But in relation to those pictures of the doors, we saw a number of defects on the doors. Do you recall looking at those pictures of 112? You're going to get it up for us
Gotcha.
right now. 112 and 111?
From the hallway?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Here they are. May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
I'll direct your attention here. And so we see a number of marks, defects on these doors, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you notice any defects on the handles?
Defects on the handles?
Yes, sir. Or around the handles?
Not that I would recall.
And you looked at them on both sides, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the locking mechanism is on the handles?
There, yes, sir.
So is it fair to say that you saw no defects affecting the handle and the locking mechanism?
Not to my knowledge.
And so with your expertise and your investigation, so if somebody went into these doors, most likely, it's probable that these doors were not locked.
I can't speculate to that. I can just tell you how they were found when I got there.
Well, the locks weren't damaged.
The law, I can say that, yes, sir.
Okay. And I was just asking if you use some common sense. If locks aren't damaged and people got in the door, then they were probably, and I know there's a probability in your profession, they were probably not locked.
You would take that into account, yes, sir, and then hopefully look from there to decide,
Right.
get that answer, yes, sir.
And you came to know, and being part of this investigation, that those doors were not locked. Did you come to that knowledge at some point?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so my question about the probability matched up with the reality that those doors were not locked.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I'm gonna ask you about some tactics, okay?
Okay,
You've heard of something called a fatal funnel?
I have.
Can you describe to the jury what fatal funnel means to you?
So a fatal funnel, a lot of times is described too when you're entering a threshold. So, for example, you've got a doorway in front of you, and if you get sucked into that doorway, that's the funnel, if you will, or in this case, the fatal funnel, because if you have a threat on the back side of that room and you don't approach it tactically correct, for example, that's what the fatal funnel is. You can put yourself in a fatal position on how you approach and how you go through that room.
And you said if you don't approach it tactically correct. So may I stand up, Judge?
Yes.
And so when you're entering a dangerous situation where there's deadly force potentially being used, you don't just walk into the situation like this and try to handle a circumstance, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, you do or you do not?
No, I would not.
Yeah. So there's a tactical way of doing it. There's a tactical way of doing it.
There is, yes, sir.
And when we say tactical, meaning safety for you and for the people that you're trying to protect.
Yes, sir. More so myself, just giving myself the best advantage of being able to approach that situation.
And you're not being selfish when you say more for myself, right?
Not in that statement, no, sir.
I can tell, and I know what you meant by it, because a police officer that is dead is no good to anybody, right?
That's correct.
So you need to be alive and be able to protect people so you can minimize the loss of life.
Yes, sir.
You ever heard of a blue gun?
Yes, sir.
Okay, those are practice guns. There's an orange one too, right?
Yes, sir.
Will you believe me if I tell you that this is not a real weapon?
I'll take your word for
Will
it.
you believe that we have the bailiff check with this?
I believe, yes, sir.
This magazine can't come out. Would you like to inspect it? Or you trust me?
I'm good to go.
Okay, and so when we look at tactics, there's a way to tactically hold this weapon and a long rifle or a handgun, correct?
Correct.
So this would be a low ready?
Correct.
I don't even like the fake gun pointing at people. This is a high ready,
Yes, sir.
this would be a side ready,
Sure.
and this would be Sewell.
Yes, sir.
And we explain to the jury what Sewell means, what the Sewell position is?
As you can see, he's got the gun sucked to his midsection. It's just a way to have the gun safely pointed down, but at the same time, close to your body, and it's a way that you can easily re-engage a target if needed.
And re-engage, you mean go from a sole position into an active shooting position, correct?
Correct.
And so the 4 gun safety rules are always treat a weapon like it's loaded, correct?
Correct.
Never point it at anything you're not prepared to kill and destroy.
Yes, sir.
Always keep your finger, I like to say high and outside the trigger guard, but at least outside the trigger guard.
Yes, sir.
And this is the trigger guard.
That is.
And this would be the trigger.
Correct.
And always know what's behind your target.
Yes, sir.
Those are 4 gun safety rules that everybody that carries a weapon, especially law enforcement, should know immediately.
Yes, sir.
And so that's why a SOOL position is important tactically when you're approaching a situation, because you don't want to do something, I'm going to do it to Jason because he doesn't care. You don't want to sweep somebody. This would be called sweeping them, right?
Yes, sir. When you point the barrel at them.
When you point the barrel at somebody, and that means that if the barrel's pointed at somebody, even if your finger is indexed, at some point it could go off.
Correct.
Right? And so when you tactically enter a room or a situation, you have to make sure that you're safe so you can engage the threat, but also make sure that other people are safe, because I'm not going to go in and sweeping people and then under pressure, there might be an accidental discharge.
Yes, sir.
Right? And so that's what you mean by tactical.
Yes, sir.
And so when we go in, when you, law enforcement, go into situations, you have to think tactics before you enter a dangerous situation. Right?
You have to have that thought in your mind. Yes, sir.
And one of the things when we talk about tactics and that fatal funnel, that fatal funnel is important because law enforcement officers in any department are taught to always, to the best of your ability, avoid a fatal funnel.
That's a fair statement. You don't want to put yourself in a bad situation once again.
And a fatal funnel is something like a doorway.
Yes, sir.
A hallway.
In my training, it's always been a threshold, but yes, in a hallway, that presents a whole different set of circumstances and the way you might approach that as well.
May I stand up again, Judge?
Yes.
If this is a hallway without the chairs here, and I'm rounding a corner, and we're gonna talk about slashing the pine in a second. And so if the judge, not that he's a threat to me, but if he was in our example a threat, and I turn this hallway, and these are all walls, I'm in a fatal funnel because the judge is the bad guy in our scenario, can shoot me, and I have nowhere to go to get covered. Right?
You could be in a bad situation.
Right.
It's a bold strategy to accuse the judge of being.
Imagine the judge being an asshole.
But this is actually very helpful if you are if you're not very good at kind of understanding spatial distances without visual cues. This does make it real, and it does, kind of really kind of let the jury understand what they're trying to say.
Yeah, and also they are repeating now from the last witness, who may or may not have been good at answering questions. But now, here's another perspective. Next witness. I would say that they are going to do this with every state cop witness regarding this. They will repeat this until, and I must say it's effective.
It's effective because if you get every single officer to admit that they're told not to go into these situations alone, it's not tactically smart, and that staying alive is not considered a selfish, consideration. If Adrian Gonzalez was under the impression that he was the only officer on the scene, that's something else. Now, he did enter when he had backup. He was the second person in. They weren't successful.
Yeah.
And that can happen not just in a hallway, but if this was a building, and I'm coming across a building, this could be, in essence, a fatal funnel because I have nowhere to go.
At the end of the day, any position you're in could be a bad situation. It's all about what's going on, the variables involved, and how you approach that.
And let's talk about some of those variables. And so what is the difference? The jury's heard this a little bit, so you can do it briefly. Concealment and cover, what's the difference?
So concealment would be something that you can get behind to conceal yourself, if you will, but may not stop a projectile. And cover would be something you can get behind for the concealment once again, but that you would expect to potentially stop a projectile.
Right. And may I use the well, Judge?
Yes.
And so I'm going to set up a little scenario here for you. Can you see me?
No, sir, I can't.
Am I covered or concealed?
You're concealed in this circumstance.
Okay. And so we're gonna, you're familiar with the term slicing the pie or cutting the pie?
Yes, sir.
And what does that mean? You tell us to the jury.
So once again, taking you
And thank you, Squaw Bob, for gifting a membership. And that went to Morak 1016. So welcome to the Church of Mo with dark chocolate sarcasm and, well, the magical notebook of digilosity. So I'm taking all the notes.
back to the threshold I spoke to a second ago. When you slice a pie, if you will, you're taking it piece by piece. In other words, as I'm looking into that room and I'm taking steps and gaining more of a view of that interior room, I'm slicing that pie, if you will, as I'm going through those steps.
You're slicing your visual. So I can see, I mean, you can't see what I'm looking at. I see some of the jurors, and I'm little by little slicing this room, and you can't see what I'm doing, but they can see, and they can see little by little, they see me as time goes on, and so I am slicing the pie and checking for any threats, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay. And so, I'm gonna age myself, you look a lot younger than me. I watched Starsky and Hutch growing up, right? You remember Starsky and
I
Hutch?
do, yes, sir.
Oh, wow. How
I'm
old
not-
are you? How old are you?
Not Cagney and Lacey? That's a misogyny right there. Not Turner and Hooch?
Well, I know of the show. I
You're
watched
not a
it.
woman, so I can ask you. I'm 53. How old are you?
I'm 43.
Okay, you're young. So I'm 53. So in Starsky and Hutch, the old days, no one does this. No law enforcement officer goes to the actual cover and pins themselves, bunkers themselves against the wall, right?
Correct.
This is a disadvantage tactically. I don't want to be here like this because I can't see, and someone can come around the corner, and for me to have to do this, I'm exposing myself to the threat,
Yes, sir.
right? And so slicing the pie, you can't see me, right?
No, sir.
And I'm gonna point this. Do you mind if I point this at you when I make the cut?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You do mind or you don't mind?
No, you can do it.
Thank you. And so if I'm here and I'm slicing the pie, I'm little by little, there. Now I can see you, and I'm covered. I'm truly covered by this. I don't have to be on the wall. Matter of fact, you don't want to be on the wall. You want to be at some distance so you can slice. And then as you slice, then you make entry, and you'll start working into a room to try to clear the room, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And that's tactics.
That is.
So bad tactics would be expecting an officer to get close to a wall, right, and to make that turn from that cover position.
That could be considered a bad day, yes, sir.
That's a bad day, right? And are you familiar with the term in gunfire, echoing?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Like an echo, when firearms are discharged, there can be an echoing sound.
There can be, yes, sir.
Right. And the larger the firearm, the larger the echo.
I would agree with that, yes, sir.
And would you agree that it's hard to tell, especially with echoing on buildings, where gunfire is coming from?
It could be, yes, sir.
Right, it's challenging. You're outside, it's open, there could be a vibration off this or an echo off a building, and then trying to determine where this is happening if you don't have a visual, it can be difficult.
Could be. That's a fair statement.
And so, would you agree, as a law enforcement officer, you should never rush into a situation without assessing it?
To a point, yes, sir.
Have you heard of the term OODA loop?
I have.
Will you explain to the jury what OODA loop is?
So OODA loop, in lack of better terms, essentially means you're considering something, and your OODA loop is your thought process, your functioning, and typically you'll hear somebody say, well, I missed with his OODA loop, which means whatever you did could have interfered with that thought process, or what somebody might have perceived, or the way they would have acted, or so forth.
Can we break it down a little bit?
Sure.
Okay, so OODA loop, the first stands for observe, right? The first O is observe.
Yes, sir.
So you get into a situation, you try to observe what's happening. Yes, and part of it is listening and hearing from witnesses, or what you're hearing, or how you're feeling, but it's observing your circumstances, right? Correct?
Yes, sir.
And the second O is orient, because after you observe what's going on, you have to orient how you're gonna respond to this situation, right?
Yes, sir.
And then the D is decide.
Okay.
Right? You decide what you're gonna do, and then the A is act on it.
Okay.
So that's a process, would you agree?
It can be, yes, sir.
And then someone can go through several OODA loops in one incident, one situation. Because new information comes to you, and then you cycle that OODA loop again, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so, I'm gonna talk about some specific tactics. May I approach?
Yes.
I'm handing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 7, 8, 9, and 10.
Yes, sir.
Will you please review 7, 8, 9, and 10?
Okay.
And you recognize Defense Exhibit 7 as the corner, the southwest corner of Robb Elementary, correct?
Let me think about my direction here. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, and then Defense 8, do you mind if I stand behind you?
Yeah, please.
Thank you. It is an overview of Robb Elementary showing the south side and the west side,
Yes, sir.
and the east side essentially.
Yes, sir.
And then Defense 9 is a similar but a different angle pulling away from Robb facing the west side.
Yes, sir.
And 10 is a bigger view, but also bringing in groves and the street in front as
Correct.
well.
Yes, sir.
And would you say that Defense Exhibit 7, 8, 9, and 10 are fair and accurate depictions of Robb Elementary, to your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I'm handing to opposing counsel Defense 7 through 10, offering it into evidence.
No objection. Submitted.
We're gonna look at Defense 8. My first judge.
Yes.
So this is Robb Elementary, and I wanna, I'm not trying to give you my back, but I wanna make sure we understand. So this would be the west entrance?
Yes, sir.
That would be the south,
Yes, sir.
east, and then here's the north. There's not an entrance, but, so this is where that monster came into the elementary school, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then matter of fact, this is a police car from your knowledge of this investigation. This is Adrian Gonzalez's police car. They left it in the same position.
Okay.
Do you agree with that?
I wasn't outside for this, so I can't. I've heard about it, but I wasn't
Okay.
there, so.
If I represent you, that's Adrian Gonzalez. You have no they'll correct me, I promise you. You have no
Sure.
reason to disbelieve me.
Sure.
Okay, so you can see that if this is Adrian Gonzalez's police car, and where he went into the circumstance, he's into the situation, he acted and did something, the monster entered over here, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in your training
This-
experience and just practical
that
in life,
aerial
you've been to this area.
It's
there-
really, really good. That gave a whole new perspective.
Yeah,
He's
because
supposed to see what's going on in front of, on this end
Yeah.
of the building, from where he. I haven't seen this
No.
perspective before.
not to mention, you don't kind of get a reality of how sparse it is over here
Yeah,
until you look at it front on, because you kind of, it seems much shorter, when you're looking at it from a different perspective than, oh, someone, I am in the mindset that someone is taking shots at me and I have to run all the way up here. Definitely puts a whole different perspective on it.
Yes, sir.
yeah.
And in your training experience and just practical in life, you've been to this area. Is there a line of sight from way southeast of Robb Elementary to the west?
Not from that position.
Matter of fact, the school is in the way,
That's correct.
right? And so it would be impossible, not probable, not unlikely, impossible for any human being to have a visual of what's going on the west side of this building from where that car is.
I like this
Yes.
build-up through the witnesses.
Now, tactically, if somebody was hearing gunfire, could you tell in your training experience, or have you even heard of somebody being able to tell that's coming from the west side of a building, just from being in a situation similar to this?
That's a lot of speculation on that.
It is a lot of-
Again, I mean, number one, you have to be in that situation. I mean, on one hand, I can understand if somebody was there and they're saying they can't, but on the other hand, if somebody says they could, I wouldn't dispute that either.
You would not, I want to make sure I understand what you're saying.
That,
It's a lot of
folks,
speculation,
is
Sarge. You're
reasonable
saying that
doubt.
you've heard of a scenario where somebody can be in a okay.
No, I'm not saying a scenario. What I'm saying is
Okay.
based on my knowledge, I can see if somebody was there and if they're trying to tell me they can't hear anything there, I can potentially understand because of the circumstances, but at the same time,
And
if somebody
Mr.
told me they
Jingles
could
is
hear something
having
there,
an only
or
cats
if I was
moment.
to understand that you did hear something there, I wouldn't dispat that either.
So if somebody is discharging a high-powered rifle, are you saying that you've heard of anybody with the training experience to determine whether they're on the west side or the north side of this building? From this position, can you tell, if you hear someone discharging a weapon, you can tell between west side or the north side where that fire is coming
No,
from?
what I'm saying is if somebody's on that side of the building discharging a weapon and you're on the complete opposite side, to your point, could they be on the north side? Yes. Could they be on the west side? Yes. What I would say is he's not right there where they're at, but he is somewhere on that side of the building.
Well, what he would know is it's not on the south side because he's on the south side.
I would assume that,
right?
yes, sir.
And he has a somewhat visual of some of the east side.
Correct.
Right, because there's an L shape, so he's got some of the east side. So just, he can deduce that he's not on some of the east side and definitely not on the south side,
I would
correct?
agree with that, yes, sir.
And in your training experience, if somebody made the claim that there were multiple gunshots from a high-powered rifle from the west corner of this building, this way,
Mhm.
southeast, you would expect to see multiple defects on the building.
Not necessarily. no,
Not
sir.
necessarily,
No.
if they were shooting up, maybe that you wouldn't, right?
Correct. I can tell you from my personal experience, we saw one on one of those, but I was involved in that documentation, if you will. So I know that particular one that was on a building on that side, I believe it was in front of where that car is, or somewhere in that general area.
Was it at the bottom of the building or higher in the building?
It was up high.
Okay, and if somebody claims to be on the floor or close to the floor, and someone is shooting at them with a high-powered rifle, would you think you would see defects on the bottom of the building or higher in the building?
It just depends, sir. It depends on angles of fire. It depends on any variables in between them, once again, shots hitting something prior to their objective, if you will.
We'll talk about ricochet in a
But-
second. I'm just saying, is if you're sitting down, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if they're trying to prosecute a case on me for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, because that orange gun was the real gun and I
Yes.
shot at you, and thank God I missed. Would you think you would see defects around the chair and around the desk, or up in the ceiling if I shot at you?
It just depends, sir. Once again, with my experience in investigations, just because you don't have a defect, if you're crouched down like you said,
Mhm.
and I'm working that scene and I see no defects behind the area that I believe that you were crouched down, I wouldn't automatically believe necessarily that he missed or he wasn't intending to hit you there, or she for that matter. Because once again, in my experience of investigations, just because somebody's shooting at you doesn't mean they hit where they're aiming.
So in a court of law, if there was a claim that I shot at you 30 times, where you're sitting right there, you're saying it's reasonable to a jury that there'd be no defects behind you, not even one?
I'm not necessarily saying it's reasonable. What I'm saying is if you told me there was no defects back there and somebody was shooting at you and we could prove, assuming we could prove that they were shooting at you,
Sure.
that wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility for me simply because of my, once again, everybody has different shooting, experiences and training and what have you, but at the end of the
What?
day, I'm not saying that it didn't happen that way. What I'm saying is essentially is that if you have somebody that's saying they got shot
30
at 30 times and
shots
there's no
at
defects
you,
behind them,
no
that would maybe
defects.
initially make me say, okay,
If you are testifying, the only way there would be no defects behind you if it's all the bullets hit.
Not to mention, yes, there is one errant pew-pew defect back there. But this woman is claiming she was under, heavy fire. Now, I don't know, because Melanie Flores was mentioned in the opening statement by the defense and the state saying she is going to tell you that she told Adrian. At this point, if I'm the state, I'm wondering how much longer the jury is going to let us go without getting Melanie Flores in, because we have one bullet, defect to
Way
back up
up
her
in
claim.
the corner somewhere, which may be a stray bullet from police. We don't know.
And the
Or
witness,
imagine it was there before this event.
yeah. And the witness
But-
that we got to bolster her testimony, because the state found out that her testimony was going to be challenged by the defense,
Yeah.
got thrown out.
Yeah. And this, I can't get away from what this guy just testified to. It's not outside the realm of possibilities. If somebody fired theoretically, 30 shots against me, there would be no defects behind you. And I say the only possibility is if all the bullets hit and nobody. I'm getting so tired of cops making shit up because this
Also-
is just stupid.
Also, again,
Oh.
why is he fighting this so hard?
Yeah.
Here's the problem that these witnesses are trying to maintain. I know nothing about this case in general. I only know about what I investigated, but I'm not going to concede that it's a little sus that, out of 30 shots we only have one defect, no defects on the ground, no defects in the pavement or anywhere else in the trees. Why are we fighting this so hard if we don't know anything about this case?
Yeah.
Be dealing with here and then work the investigation from there. But could it be that they shot high, shot low, or whatever the case may be? You have to take those into account as well.
I want to make sure you said a lot. I want to make sure you said. You said assuming that we could prove that they shot at you. How would you prove that someone shoots at somebody? Without a video. Without a video. How would you prove that someone got shot at?
You would potentially prove it by by interview processes, by eyewitnesses. It could be other things besides a video potentially.
You mentioned only two, and both of them had to do with people's opinions.
Okay.
Okay, aside from someone's opinion, objectively, how would you prove that somebody was shot?
You would hope to find defects in that area to
And that's-
corroborate that.
Right,
Yes,
and
sir.
that's all I was saying.
Okay.
In general, defects, how about shell casings?
From where they were shooting.
Well, back to our example, I'm gonna go low just because I have, if there's a claim that I shot at you, there's 15 rounds in this magazine.
Yes, sir.
I shot 15, I extracted the magazine, loaded it, and then came back in 15 more. How could we objectively prove that I shot 30 rounds at you?
So typically speaking, you would expect to find in your scenario 30 fired cartridge cases on the ground or in that general area. Once again, assuming that they didn't have a catch or something like that going on.
Yes, sir. And a catch meaning something to catch the shell,
Correct.
right?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
But if they didn't have a catch, these rounds are gonna be coming out to the right, correct?
On a right-handed firearm, yes, sir.
And so the objective, aside from eyewitness, because you mentioned the two things, eyewitness testimony, things of this nature, but aside from that, so you would find shell casings at some point to my right, not to my left, right? If I'm claiming to shoot from here.
Once again, not trying to be difficult, but
Okay.
from my experience as an investigator, once again, could they be to the left? Absolutely. And that's simply from the standpoint of, did they get moved prior to my arrival, right?
Okay, but that means someone interfered with the scene. I'm talking about naturally
Okay,
evidence.
gotcha.
So right, so if there's 30 rounds, you're gonna probably see 30 shell casings to my right.
In that scenario, you would expect to, yes, sir.
Because the ejection port is on the right side.
Correct.
Okay, and so objectively, how would you prove that I fired 30
This officer
rounds
is
at
slowly
you? Two
turning into a
objective ways.
pretzel.
So once again,
Because
find out where that person was
Seriously.
shooting, find those cartridge cases potentially to corroborate what you're hearing or the evidence you're seeing. And then once again, like I mentioned, the testimony or the defects down the range.
Well, the objective parts of the defects, right?
Yes, sir.
So there should be some defects around you or behind you, and there should be shell casings to my right.
In that scenario, yes, sir. Yeah,
In-
you
yeah,
would
in the
expect,
scenario that I-
you would expect to find cartridge cases to link up to the defects that you find, hopefully, downrange.
Right.
Again, you had how many hundred of billions of Texas Rangers? You didn't thoroughly search that open field area? You're telling me that over in that open big area where they claimed all those, things were firing, they couldn't find anything else, but we are asked to believe that they were just going down range?
Jesus Christ, Jingo, stop.
This testimony, he likes ammo talk.
Yeah,
And
apparently.
you were investigating a homicide, correct?
Yes, sir.
But actually, it was a mass murder of children, right?
Correct.
And an attempted capital murder of police officers.
Yes, sir. That could be correct too. Once again, I'm looking at a crime
Could?
scene 112 in this case.
But you know now what happened.
3
You know that that
officers
animal shot at
were shot
children and
in
shot
the
at police
fucking
officers.
head.
Correct.
And that
That's a
Yeah, Nick-
fucking miracle they all survived.
I don't get this. How, again, they're fighting facts that we know are true and then holding on to facts that we're like, just give it up.
Yeah. How can he, as a police officer, claim that this was a scene with an attempted capital murder of police officers when he damn well knows that they were fired at? No,
It-
again, 400 police officers, 397 of them were jackasses, 3 or 4, a handful, plus then the final SWAT team, so maybe 10 people did actions. And this defendant is one of them. He saw his cop friend get shot in the fucking head. And here you're
Yeah.
saying, yeah, it's a possibility. Jesus Christ.
I don't
Sorry.
get this. No,
Animals no
I'm
longer on
with
this earth.
you.
Correct.
And Adrian Gonzalez is not that person who did all that horror that we saw on those terrible pictures, right?
Adrian is not Salvador.
I want to do one more thing. Let's go to number 10. please. Am I post, Judge?
Sir,
Okay, so this is a different aerial. Robb Elementary, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'll do my best not to block the jury here. Same west entrance here,
Correct.
south,
Correct.
and we saw Adrian's cars over here on the other picture, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you know now that there were 3 other officers on the scene before the shooter went into the school, right?
I can't speak to that, no, sir.
Okay, if there were, because a lot of other people can speak to that, if there were 3 officers roughly here, they would have line of sight to the west entrance, correct?
Assuming that vehicles or what have you may not be blocking their view.
Yes, sir. And assume, we'll put another assumption that is a fact, that if you don't know, that one of them had a long rifle, one of them had an AR-15.
Okay.
That would be a weapon that is more capable for reaching that animal before he went into the west building versus the handgun that we were using as an example earlier, correct?
A rifle is a better long-range platform, yes, sir.
Right. And so the people on this side, the 3 officers on this side, had line of sight, would have had the opportunity, in our scenario, opportunity and the ability to stop the shooter from entering the school.
Are you telling me in your scenario that there's nothing in between their line of sight and that door? Because once again, I don't know. So.
I understand, and I'm glad you're being cautious. I'm just saying, let's say in my scenario, one of the officers asked for permission to shoot this animal.
Okay.
Would you believe that if he asked for permission to shoot, that that person was in his line of sight?
I would assume so.
That's the witness. Thank you, sir.
and his line of sight.
The build-up of the
changed the way
defense
we-
is amazing.
Yes,
For
sir.
every witness, they add more information. They get these officers to say more things, either say more things to make them sound ridiculous or to make them agree with the defense. Now, again, they have to counter pictures of dead children.
Yeah, but the more they get each one of these troopers to say, okay, so if you claim that you were, pew-pewed at 30 times and there's nothing there, you want the
Yeah.
jury to believe this person. And it also attacks the credibility of this witness without having to them attack her,
Yeah.
herself. So it's really, really good strategy because they can be a little more aggressive with these officers. Okay, logically, please tell me or explain to me how this works. So I like this.
Yep. Yeah. Mr. Hood? Mr. Hood?
Yes, sir.
Could we lose the
Oh,
consent?
I'm sorry, Judge.
Thank you.
You didn't like it?
Couldn't see it. That's not unusual.
Just from the photograph defense exhibit number 10, if we have 3 officers by this ditch, and we've seen a video of the gunman actually running or jogging to this doorway,
Oh, there is, yeah,
That
there is
indicates that he's
shown
moving.
video.
Yes, sir.
and would a vehicle conceal line of sight from an officer down here?
It very well could.
And with this vehicle also?
A vehicle.
A vehicle, depending
Yes,
on
sir.
the parking lot.
Yes, sir.
But you could see them
Why is the state making the case that if you don't have a line of sight, you can't pew pew someone? thereby exonerating those 3 officers, but not
Yeah.
Adrian.
Now, in that picture, he's pointing at windows with kids. So that will probably, well, they can't because there are kids in there, or probably kids in there. Yeah, but not when he is at the door.
Door, which is
Yeah,
closer to down
and if he
here.
has a line of sight, everybody has a line of sprint. They see him shooting, sprint. There are 3 of you. You can cover each other. 2 with pistols or revolvers or whatever they are carrying in. Cover the guy with a rifle. Sprint, 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 sprint. Damn, he's almost at the door. Shoot. Now, of course, there might be kids in the corridor. That is something you have to evaluate. But you know he's going to kill children if he gets in there. And they never
Yeah.
took the shot.
It really is interesting to watch the state and this witness have to bend themselves into pretzels to make the state's theory of the case work. And the defense is doing a really good job by just pointing out again and again, what is the government asking you to believe?
Yeah.
You're logical, you're smart. The state's asking you to believe something crazy.
For a short vehicle, but they're moving, it could then become no longer available.
That's possible, yes, sir.
So it could be a very short window of time in which the officer could see that person.
That very well could be, yes, sir.
Okay. The second thing I wanted to ask you about, your exhibit number 8, if I could.
Yes, sir.
The defense was talking to you about if you're here where Adrian Gonzalez's vehicle is.
Yes, sir.
And you're not sure if the sound is coming from the west or the north. Do you recall those
I
questions?
do, yes, sir.
If you do hear shots fired at an elementary school during a school day, and you're not sure if it's here or it's here, do you stay by your car?
I would not.
What would you do?
I would make the best decision I could and go towards those shots.
Go toward the shots?
Yes, sir.
Is that how you're trained?
It is.
All law enforcement in Texas.
To go towards the threat, yes, sir.
So you would make a move one way or another.
I would like to think I would, yes, sir.
You wouldn't stay.
I don't believe I would, no, sir.
You wouldn't wait for cover.
I would not in that scenario.
Wait for other officers to arrive.
No, sir.
And if other than shots, you had a witness telling you where the shots would come in from, would you consider that?
I'm sorry, rephrase that?
If you had a witness standing in front of you telling you where the shots were coming from, would you use that information to decide where to go?
I would.
Not just the shots, but what people were telling you.
I would in that scenario.
And now, let's repeat with what the other officer. Oh, really? You would run out in open area.
I believe you testified that a threshold is what you considered a fatal funnel. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And could you show the very first? Just take just 1 second, John, until we pull that exhibit.
Okay.
That's it.
Yeah, I saw in the chat. Yeah, the United States Supreme Court says that cops have no obligation to protect to protect and serve. In Texas, that only applies to adults, not children.
And I believe some of the enhancements that he is facing on these charges is because he was also affiliated with a school district. So as a school resource officer, he's covered under additional statutes under the under some education bills, I believe.
Mm.
Exhibit that shows doors 111 and 112.
Yes, sir.
Is that a fair and accurate representation about the doorways in that hallway?
Yes, sir.
And is that consistent all the way down the hallway as to all the rooms.
To my knowledge, yes, sir. The majority of the rooms.
And those doorways, are they inset?
They are, yes, sir.
Is it a place on down the hallway you could hide
That's correct.
and be concealed?
Yes, sir, somebody could be concealed in that scenario.
So a fatal funnel being the threshold, a hallway could be a fatal funnel, or there could be areas of concealment.
You're asking if the hallway can be areas of concealment or a fatal funnel?
Yes.
Once again, my knowledge of a fatal funnel would be a threshold. I would consider a hallway a little bit different scenario. Tactics still apply in that scenario, but to your point, in this type of school and this type of insets, you could also be concealed as well.
And if you have an active shooting outside of a schoolway and then inside of the schoolway, would a fatal funnel then prevent you from going in?
No, sir. Once again, I would.
And Gonzalez ran in.
You
We
want to
know
assess
that.
it the best you can, right? And these things happen quickly. And to your
And the state is setting themselves up for a big fall because all the
Yeah.
defense has to go up on recross. Were you aware that Adrian Gonzalez went into the hallway and got shot at?
Yeah.
This is so dumb. As the state, why are you trying to, again, talk this man down like he stayed by his car? We
Yeah.
factually now know that he didn't.
Yeah.
point, whether somebody gives me information or whether I believe, either I know, I believe, or somebody gives me information, you try to make the best decision. But ultimately, with my training, I would like to think that in that scenario, I would be quickly trying to approach where I believed that threat was to address that threat.
And you've had
You
training
believe-
as a police officer
Yes, sir.
in tactics.
And this officer has already admitted he's never been in a fatal situation.
Yeah. So when he
So-
says he likes to believe is that he imagined himself being the hero, but he's never been in a situation where that was tested.
He is also a tactical daydreamer.
Yeah.
as well.
Yes, sir.
And when you go in through a threshold, you were just talking about a doorway, correct?
I am, yes, sir.
Once you get in, things can spread out and
Correct.
be concealed,
Correct.
correct? And movement helps, does it not?
It can, yes, sir.
And also, as tactically, you can walk through a doorway, I guess, standing up like this, make yourself a big target.
You could.
Tactically, can you change how big a target you are?
You could.
Can you squat?
You can.
Can you get down even lower?
Yes, sir, you could.
And that would present a smaller angle than someone standing in the hallway.
That could, yes, sir, depending on the scenario, but yes, sir.
And would you have to approach the south doorway before you could approach what would be called a fatal funnel?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
I mean, are you in a fatal funnel if you're standing by Adrian Gonzalez's car?
Any position you could be in, whether it's inside, outside, hallway, room, or whatever the case may be, you could be in a position that is not advantageous to you, tactically speaking. So from that regard is how I would probably answer that, because once again, fatal funnel, it could lead to other things and other tactics, if you will, bad or good. But bottom line, no matter where you are, no matter what position you're in, you could present yourself to that.
Okay, fair enough. Pass the witness.
I sure do appreciate your honesty, sir. I mean that, because you answered one of the questions I'd like to think I would. I don't believe I would. And I love that about that you answered that way, because that's honest, right?
Yes, sir.
You don't know until you're in that situation,
That's correct.
right? And so, I want to talk a little bit about what you hope that you would do and not do. Number 7, please. May I approach, Judge?
Yes, sir.
So this is that corner, southwest corner, and this is that AC unit. And this is that west side of the school leading into the entrance.
Yes, sir.
okay? Do you agree that cutting the pie with that AC unit there with that fence is different than cutting the pie as if it was not there?
Yes, sir.
Right. Because this is not cover.
That is not, no, sir.
This is not even concealment. I mean, if I ducked behind an AC unit,
Correct.
maybe,
Yes,
right.
sir. Right.
But if I'm trying to use that setup,
The chain link itself is not.
right, I mean, it's not, I mean, you can see me, I mean, I don't even know why I'm trying to cut the pie, I might as well just run in. That's nothing for me from a tactical position.
Once again, short of getting down behind an AC if you need to.
Right, but if we're talking about running after people and chasing a noise, not a person.
Yes, sir.
Remember, we're still in this chasing a noise. So this complicates negotiating this corner. Would you agree with that?
I don't know that I would agree with that necessarily because you could go around it, obviously.
Right, but as you go around it, as you get far, you don't have cover or concealment.
You don't, but you didn't also leading up to it in that scenario.
You did, but what I'm saying is it blocks you, so you can't move past it quickly. You have to go around it.
Once again, sir, I wouldn't say it that way because I can go around it just as quick, depending on the angle you're coming at. I'm not trying to be difficult, but what I'm
No.
saying is if you're, in this scenario, if I'm
Mhm.
further to the right and I'm trying to go around it, it's never in my way to start with.
Let me ask you this. Is this exactly the same as if it wasn't there? Is that corner the exact same tactically?
First of all, Cheeto Bandito, let's see you run a mile in under 8 minutes. First of all. Like it was never in my way.
He does it in Call of Duty.
True.
Yeah.
He's a badass in Call of Duty. I forgot about that.
Yeah. Jesus.
Respectfully, sir, it was never in my way because I'm high speed and I'm squared away.
In my mind, I'm a hero. Have you ever been shot
Yeah.
at? No.
This is doing more damage to the Texas Rangers. I mean, Chuck Norris is going to have to revive the whole series to give them honor again.
The obligatory training. Watch the entire Texas Ranger TV series.
Pretty much.
Navigating by it as if this AC unit and chain link fence is there.
And once again, to answer that question would depend on which angle I'm coming in at. If for some reason I'm coming past that door and I'm hugging, or not hugging, but necessarily close to that wall, where in other words that AC unit is directly in front of me, well then that obviously presents a potential issue, right? As opposed to if I'm 3 or 4 steps to the left in this scenario and I'm trying to get past it, it's not in my way anymore, so I'm going right
It's
past
not, but are you covered or concealed?
it. No.
That's what I'm saying. So if there's danger on the other side, it's not that it's going to stop you. It's not a barrier
Gotcha,
to you, right?
gotcha.
And it's a bad question, so I'll take the heat for that one. But it's not that it's going to stop you. So I agree with you on that. I'm saying from a tactical safety position, if you're trying to stop hurt and death, if you don't even know it's happening, by the way, right? Let's go back. Just because you hear gunfire, that doesn't mean people are getting struck by that gunfire, correct?
I would personally take it as they were, because if somebody's shooting, they're shooting, in my mind, at something or somebody.
But it doesn't mean that people are actually getting hit, though. They may be missing.
It may be, but I have to assume they're getting hit in that scenario.
And remember I asked you earlier about the 30 rounds, and
Yes,
you
sir.
said maybe they missed? I mean, so I'm just,
Yeah.
it must be in your
Gotcha.
thinking somewhere. All I'm saying is this, that it's not a barrier to you.
Oh, that came back to bite you in the ass.
Oh, I need to mark that down for a clip. Oh, when your own words come back to bite you in the ball sack. Ow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, there-
For you who just joined, maybe 15 minutes ago, this guy got the hypothetical scenario. If somebody fired 30 fired against you 30 times, and there were no marks behind you. Yeah, that's within the realm of possibilities. Was his answer.
We're going to have to baconate because I need to see this again. I am here for the subtle petty and Rico Suave. If you're new here, I don't remember lawyer names. I don't remember names. I give them nicknames. And lawyer Rico Suave managed to drop the mic on this witness.
Yeah. He just
I take it as
contradicted
they were,
himself.
because if somebody's shooting, they're shooting, in my mind, at something or somebody.
But it doesn't mean that people are actually getting hit, though. They may be missing.
It may be, but I have to assume they're getting hit in that scenario.
And remember I asked you earlier about the 30 rounds, and
Yes,
you
sir.
said maybe they missed? I mean, so I'm just,
Yeah.
it must be in your
Gotcha.
thinking somewhere. All I'm saying is this, that it's not a barrier to you, but you have to negotiate around it. And if we're trying to consider your safety, like you said earlier, so you can help the most amount of people, it makes it more difficult for you to be safe and tactical around that corner. That's all I was trying to ask you earlier.
Right, if that AC
Right.
unit is in my line that I'm trying to get to, could it potentially? Absolutely. But at the same time, I could very easily move over if I needed to get around it.
And you would not be as safe doing that.
Possibly not.
Right, tactically. Can we go to 9, please? Here's a little bit different of an angle. It's in evidence. So there's the vehicle over there, right?
Yes, sir.
Law enforcement
Yes,
vehicle.
yes, sir.
And so let's assume, now remember, let's assume you hear shots and you're told that the shots are coming from over there somewhere. Okay? You're saying that you would automatically run to the shots without considering tactics? Because there's no cover here or concealment, right?
If I believe that the shots were coming, you're asking from this side of the area? Personally, I believe.
So, JKD Buck, on the first cross, the defense attorney was trying to get, again, they're being really actually smart here. They've gone with all the law enforcement witnesses and tried to discredit the victim witness that claimed that she told Adrian Gonzalez when he got there exactly where the shooter was, that they were under constant fire, that they were shot at nearly 30 times. And every single law enforcement officer has basically said, well, we only found one defect, but he could have missed. He could have lobbed it, shot the, force multiplier straight up. Every number of reasons why there is only one defect, even tangentially near that area. So basically, he got this witness to admit that, well, maybe the force multiplier missed all 30 times. And
never left a mark behind.
yeah.
And he actually said that as a possibility, but now he changed his mind.
Yeah, because then the lawyer kind of went with his assumption. Oh, well, I mean, why are you running toward the shots fired? You could assume that he's missing all 30 times.
Yeah.
I believe I would run as fast as I can to get to that corner where the tree is by the AC unit, which is, yes, sir,
Here?
right there.
Okay.
You would
Because I know
run
the
as
threat
fast
in
as
my
you
mind would
could
be on this
to
side.
that
Maybe
corner.
up there, maybe down there, but I don't believe in that moment it's over there, so I would have gotten as quickly as I can down to that corner and then start assessing things as I'm moving forward.
Also, the defense has been really good at asking the officers if they've ever been in a live fire situation. This officer never has been, but he's opining on what he'd like to think he would do.
Yeah. And well, you have to go to my morning stream to see, because I believe they will show that picture now of how did that corner actually look like. And between the fence and the corner, it's like this much room. And he's speculating because he doesn't know the facts.
No.
And we're speculating, we're hoping that's what you would do,
I would
right?
hope so, yes,
And
sir.
But you're not, this is not a covered or a concealed situation.
What's that situation?
In your scenario where you're running to this corner, you're not covered or concealed, right?
Not by getting there, no, sir.
That's right. And all this is open, so you're not, so the only cover you have is the engine block here for a moment.
But, yes, sir.
Because I think a lot of people think that a vehicle is safe. It's not safe to be in a vehicle when you're in a gun battle, right?
That'd be correct.
And it's not even safe to be behind a vehicle. A vehicle at best is concealment, it's not covered,
Yes, sir.
right? People shoot through vehicles all the time.
That's
The
correct.
engine block is some cover, would
It
you
is
agree with
some,
that?
I would.
And then the rim, like the wheel rim, where
Could
the
be.
tires are, if you're on your, and there's a tactical way to be on your side, to shoot underneath the vehicle, that could be some cover, correct?
I would agree, yes,
Okay,
sir.
and so the only cover in this scenario that we're seeing is some of that vehicle.
The engine block one, yes, sir.
And so if, in our scenario, you tried your best and you're running with your handgun.
That engine
to this
block
corner.
doesn't even cover
And
your
if the
bald
shooter
head.
is running down this way, and you haven't seen this person, by the way, right?
Okay.
You still have no visual on them. You're not just running around this corner at top speed. Is that a fair statement?
Not around the corner. Like I said, once I got to that corner, if I believe the shots were coming from over here,
Mhm.
and once I got to that corner is when I would start wanting to assess the situation better.
And it takes time to assess, right?
It can.
So this is not to scale, but so you hear shots.
Now they're going to
Let's
show,
assume that you-
please show the
observe,
corner,
you observe, but you
because he's
listened,
buried
you
himself
oriented,
now.
You made a decision to act and you said, I'm just gonna go. You run to the corner and you're gonna slow down once you get to the AC unit, because you're gonna do your best, even though you're not protected, to cut the pie around that building. And now you're on the west side of the building, and you can see how long that is, right?
So if I heard you correctly, did you say cut the pipe before the AC or at the AC?
Well, I mean, you're gonna use the AC to try to.
You're the tactologist. I thought you mentally, like,
Pictured.
strategeried this.
Yeah.
I think it's a cringe-hilarious mix of both.
Yeah.
Use that to cut that corner, because cutting the pie is just trying to get around
Correct,
the
at
corner.
that AC, yes, sir. At
Right.
that corner, if that's where that corner would be.
Right. I don't want to fall in front of everybody. You're talking about shooting. Okay, so you try to use this AC to cut the corner of that building, and you have this long building, and then so as you start moving down this building and working, if somebody has a long rifle, who usually wins? A handgun or a long rifle on a straightaway?
It just depends on distance, and it depends on accuracy, and it depends on ability.
If you and somebody were going to get in a gunfight, and each of you had a choice, long rifle or handgun, which one would you pick first?
Close quarter, or, personally, I mean,
Anywhere.
I'd want a rifle.
Of course you would. Everybody would. And so my point is, so from this long way, the rifle is a more advantageous weapon than a handgun, correct?
From a distance, yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir. And so let's say you cut that corner, and then in our scenario, you see the person go in the building, okay?
Okay,
How they got into a door that should be locked, we'll talk about that in a little while. But then you see them go in. That doesn't mean that they can't go in that building and come right back out and kill you, right? You have to think of that tactically.
they could.
Right. So just because they go in that building, you're still going cautiously. You're trying to, you're like, oh, I hope they don't come back out that building, right? And you're walking all the way down to that door.
So I would think in that scenario, I'd like to think that if I was placed in that scenario,
I'd like
we've already
to
addressed the
think.
fact of how I got to the corner.
Yes, sir.
If I see somebody go into that building, I would try to get there as fastly.
I'd like to think I could
as
beat Mike
tactically
Tyson in a
possible, trying to
boxing
get-
match. That ain't going to happen. Unless I'm
don't-
Jake Paul and can pay him to lose. This is...
Look. Baldy, I don't care how many times you played Dungeons and Dragons, and I'm sure you love Stranger Things, and I'm sure if you had 11's powers, you would live. What the crap is that? Like, Nick, what are we doing here? I mean, the defense is doing a wonderful job, but at some point, the jury has to say, why are we here?
Yeah, I don't want this guy to be a cop at all.
Yeah, especially when he says fastly, because that indicates to me that he can't run fastly.
Yeah, this is a guy who has imagined himself as a hero his entire career. But it seems like he never actually sought out the positions in the Rangers where he could actually meet actual danger. From the sound of it, he's taking himself other directions with crime scene thingies. So he imagines he would be a hero, but in reality, he's running away.
Fair point. No offense meant to real D&D players.
No, definitely not. I mean,
Okay, let's hear
I've never been shot at. I've been attacked with different kind of tools and bats and stuff like that, but never shot at. So I don't know how I would react. Now, here's the thing. My knees are shot. I can't run. If somebody starts to run at me, my choices are be beaten or be beaten and try to beat back. Those are my choices. Because
And
I can't fucking run.
I'm really glad that the defense brought in the orange, force multiplier, because it really makes much more sense now. Again, he can go ahead and say all the things, how the hallway isn't a funnel. This lawyer proved it to us. He showed us how it could be dangerous.
Yeah.
And again, why doesn't the state ever tell these witnesses on cross, just answer the question honestly, we'll clean it up and redirect? Because he should have just answered, yes, I'd like a rifle if I were in a fight and had a choice.
That threat again.
Would you tactically go out to these cars and get some cover and at those cars as you make that corner? Or would you run just directly down the side of that building?
I would try to get there as fast as I could.
Well, I mean, we're speculating. You would not try to get some cover, concealment in these vehicles and so you can have a better angle at that door just in case he's waiting for you or that person's waiting for you?
I could see somebody doing that. I could,
Right? But that would be a tactical decision,
it
right?
could be, yes, sir.
So let's say you get to the edge
He has no
and the
fucking
person doesn't come
clue.
back out and shoot you, right? And so now you're gonna have to cut the pie on this door too.
Say it one more time, I'm sorry.
You're gonna have to cut the pie again on this entrance door.
Yes, you would have to, tactically approach that doorway, yes, sir, that threshold.
And then you realize it's an outward swinging door. That's different tactically than an inward swinging door.
Yes, sir.
We explain to the jury why.
So on an outward swinging door, obviously the door's coming out to you, right? So with an inward swinging door, let me do it the opposite way. With an inward swinging door, you can open that door and still slice that pie, and that door is not really a problem for you. Whereas a door coming towards you, you have to contend with opening that door, keeping it open potentially, and then also entering that room.
Now, real quick before, Jason reminded me of something. Just so people can get a kind of a visual of how big this is. You can see that's a person walking here, right? You can get up, if you don't mind.
Okay, yes, sir.
Yeah. And so that just kind of gives, this is a big, that's a human being, that's a person walking. This is after the fact, during the
Okay.
investigation. So there were more cars here. This is not to scale of how many cars were during the incident.
Yes, sir.
But that's a person, so that shows you how big that coming around that corner, coming all the way down, that kind of gives you perspective of the size of a person to that school, right?
Okay.
Okay. And so as you make, you realize that's an outward swinging door, so you're cutting the pie hoping at some point you're gonna move in and you're gonna have to negotiate that outward swinging door, right?
That's correct.
And then you're gonna make entrance into a building, right, into a hallway.
Yes, sir.
Now, that takes time, right?
Yeah, wait a minute.
As fast as you can make it happen,
That
everybody's got
is
different tactical
ba-
levels,
so
so I
now-
would like to think
now-
that,
No, that wasn't that after Gonzalez found out he's inside the school. Gonzalez ran there and did what he says he imagined himself doing.
Yeah, and I'm surprised that I think the defense attorney is taking him all the way through this, then
And
to
then-
drop it on him that Adrian actually did it. So maybe you
Yeah.
should talk to him when you do your tactical daydreaming.
Yeah, he's not daydreaming. He actually did act. It was just this first
This is
90 seconds. Where are the shots coming from? I have this hysterical person saying she's been shot at, meaning somebody's shooting in this direction. I need to be careful. Dun, 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 dun. Damn, there are AC units. I can't get cover. Slowly, slowly,
Yeah.
slowly, slowly. And then all of a sudden he hears, he's inside the school. Runs.
And also, Rambo is unaware, just like Adrian Gonzalez was, that this was his home room when he was in
Yeah.
school, that it hadn't changed setup. So he knew exactly where the teacher probably said for them to hide most of the time. He knew where the closets were, where the kind of stuff was.
Yeah.
So Rambo could have gone in there as fast as he wants, and he would have ended up passing away most likely.
Yeah, I mean, we know what Gonzalez, another person, went in to engage this person. One of them got grazed by in the head. Then they retreated and started to get kids out. They actually did what he imagines he would do.
And it's infuriating that this is the gentleman that's on trial.
Yeah.
Of all the cops that were there with their fingers up their behind, this is the one they decide to
Yeah.
punish.
And this is not Gonzalez school. He was at the high school.
Yes.
somebody with much more training than me can get in there probably quicker than I could, but at the end of the day, yes, it takes as long as you can get into that room and address that threat.
You're making a distinction between training, and that's important to do, right?
Yes, sir.
Not just because someone's law enforcement or someone has taken an active shooting class or someone has taken an alert class, that doesn't mean that everybody has the same skill level, right?
I would agree with that.
And so in our scenario, as you navigated that corner and you saw, you still have to navigate another corner, if you even are familiar with the building and try to anticipate where this shooter is going, right?
Okay, yes, sir.
Because you don't know. I mean, if someone's shooting, you have no idea where they're going.
That's correct.
Right. And especially if somebody is not familiar with that building, they don't know where they're going. They're hearing stuff, so they have to move cautiously but expeditiously, right?
Yes, sir.
I did not expect this trial to be this type of cluster.
Did you know, in the scope of your investigation, that shooter, his home room was room 111, but he ended up shooting him?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Dun 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 dun. Oh my God! The Looney Tunes theme song for a Looney Tunes trial about a clusterfuck situation. It's all coming together like the A-Team.
Folks, when you're in a courtroom, silence your phone, especially if you have the Cantina song as your phone signal.
We're switching to the trial of did Han shoot first?
Did you know that shooter, that his
Knowing
home
my
room was
luck.
room 111 that he ended up going into and shooting up?
I've heard that.
And so it's safe to say in an investigation that shooter had a targeted room. He knew where he was going.
That's possible.
And somebody that never put eyes on him would have no idea where this shooter is going. And the insinuation is that Adrian is supposed to follow the sounds without having any visual on the shooter, right?
I'm not sure what your question on that was.
What I'm saying is you have a person responsible for this horror had a connection to room 111, right?
Yes, sir.
And so it's safe to say, possibility, that was a targeted attack on that room,
Right.
right? And somebody who never put eyes on that shooter, just only heard the shots, is having to guess where this shooter is going, right?
In that scenario, yes. If you didn't know where he was at and you're basing it strictly on sound, you're having to address that as you're going. Yes,
And
sir.
then you have to apply all the tactics that we've gone along. I mean, just because you hear something, you're gonna tactically try to get there as expeditiously.
This is
and
good
safely as
because the
possible, right?
defense
That's correct.
got
Because,
him
as
to
you said
play
earlier, you
out the
think
entire
about-
scenario, and now he has to backpedal as he gets the actual information.
Yeah, and it's really easy for him to sit here and say this.
Yeah.
Again, I found it very interesting. Oh gosh, cross-amnesia that these witnesses are showing, because they have, kind of overview of what went on. They don't know specifics, but they're really fighting for the things the state needs to stay in the case.
Yeah.
But then when, they're confronted with these facts, they're like, okay, maybe that would change things, but not totally, because I'm brave.
Mm.
Your own safety, not selfishly, but if you are injured or killed, you're no good to people that you're trying to help,
That's correct.
right? Yeah, I mean, and if you had a choice, and it's a reasonable amount of time choice, would you rather have backup or not have backup? As an officer,
Just in general,
in general, yeah, in general terms.
anytime we can have backup, it's always a plus, but that's a generalization.
And if it's in a reasonable amount of time, that's a better tactical decision to make, right?
That could be, but once again, that's a very loose generalization depending on what you're
understand.
faced with.
I get it. And may I approach, Judge?
Yes.
Are you familiar with school policies?
Well, it depends what you're asking, I guess.
Well, I guess, is it reasonable to believe that most schools require their exterior doors to be locked?
I would assume that's correct.
It's a safe assumption,
I would assume.
and it's true. And so in your participation in this investigation did you come to discover that this door was not even locked?
That's correct.
111 was not locked.
That's correct.
112 was not locked.
That's correct.
The two doors between 111 and 12, there's doors between them.
There is.
That was capable of being locked, right?
Yes, sir.
It was not locked.
One of the doors was open upon our finding that it was
Right. And out of all the scenarios, and we can speculate all day long, one thing that we can all agree on is if that door was locked, it would have stopped the shooter from, the animal from getting into this building, right?
I can't say that.
You can't say it wouldn't have stopped him?
No, sir, because I can't speak to whether a locked door would have, that door might have stopped him if it was locked, but I can't speak to the fact that he wouldn't have found another way into the school.
I didn't ask that question. My
I'm
question
sorry, I
was,
misunderstood.
it's okay. It's a bad question if you didn't understand it. I'm saying if this door was locked, it would have stopped that animal from getting into the building.
So I'm still hearing it the same way.
If this door was locked.
If that door was locked, he might not, once again, might not have been able to get into that door, but I can't speak to any other doors that might have been unlocked.
Fair enough. Let's go back to our scenario. And let's say there's those three same officers are still there. Remember those three officers that had line of sight on this guy? And one of those officers that had a long rifle? Remember that?
Yes, sir.
So if that door was locked, knowing that Adrian is on this way over here on the south side, but that you have three officers with line of sight on this guy, if that door was locked, at the very least, it would have delayed this animal from getting into that building.
A locked door there, I believe, yes, would have delayed him, because then at that point, he would have tried to find another, assuming he would have found another entry point.
Do you wish that door was locked?
Is he alluding to knowledge that other doors were routinely left unlocked?
Yeah, find another way to. But I mean, those windows aren't into the classrooms aren't on really
They're
ground
not
level.
bulletproof.
Not bulletproof, and he still had to get himself inside and
Yeah,
through shattered glass.
And shooting through the door would probably alert the class, and they would have locked those doors.
Yeah, and if damn it, the door is locked, he turns around, pew pew from the three others.
Yeah.
If that
I
door
think we all,
was locked as it should have been.
And I think the defense is doing a really good job of pointing out that there is a lot of blame
Yeah.
and really
And
showing the jury.
nobody in the school administration, not one, has admitted fault because of possible civil suits, I would assume. I would assume there will be.
I definitely, especially with them going against regulations, the lack of it.
Mm.
There's got to be a lot. I'm actually shocked we haven't heard of a civil suit yet, unless they're
Yeah.
waiting on the outcome of this.
Yeah.
wish that door was locked.
We all do. Thank you, sir. Pass the witness, Judge.
Starting with Defense Exhibit 9,
Good luck, prosecutor.
and the whole concept about cover.
Yes, sir.
If you hear shots coming from this direction or this direction, is this corner covered if you're at the police car?
If the threat is over here,
Yes.
then yes, that building itself would be cover and concealment at that point.
And would it be both cover and concealment all the way up to this housing unit for the air conditioning?
Yes, sir, assuming that that's still where the threat's coming from.
If the threat's coming from here or here,
Yes, sir.
either from sound or from sound and witness. And so when we talk about whether or not this wall is covered, it would depend on if the threat is coming from here, it wouldn't be covered. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Cover just means it's something that protects you from the shooter.
Something, yes, sir, that's correct.
So if the shooter's here, you've got cover all the way to the edge of that AC unit and its fence. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, but you don't
The
know
next thing
if
we
he
talk
is.
about is would you rather have a
a
rifle
foot
or a
behind that
handgun, and
corner.
who would win in that situation? Rifle in the open or handgun with cover?
You're asking which one I'd rather have? Once again, it depends on the scenario and everything in my mind, but at the end of the day, if I'm having to deal with a threat, either one would be good. But if I had to pick one, I'd pick a rifle.
Okay. But if you have cover, you're
Yeah.
protected.
Yes, sir.
And if you had a handgun, it'll reach this distance, will it not?
It would from that corner, yes, sir.
And you don't have to be accurate enough to hit the
A
shooter to
gun
distract him.
is accurate up to maybe 30 yards.
Nick, did you hear that? You don't have to be accurate with your hand force multiplier to distract the shooter. You can just shoot around him. I mean, you don't even have to be aiming.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
We're going back because I swear.
Folks, that is my target when I went to Michigan a year and a half ago. That up there. After many years after my military service, I shot with a handgun for the first time for many, many years. Maybe 5 of those are from 30 yards. I shot 2 full mags. The rest are from 10 yards. So it all depends. You don't have to be accurate. Well, if you have a fuck ton of magazines, yeah. But then again, all of a sudden, you have everybody behind.
Yeah.
Seriously.
So
For fuck's sake.
Yes, sir.
And if you had a handgun, it'll reach this distance, will it not?
It would from that corner, yes, sir.
And you don't have to be accurate enough to hit the shooter to distract him
That's a first statement.
or to delay.
Distract.
okay, has this prosecutor lived in Texas? Was he flown in from like some left-wing liberal enclave of New York that's never seen a force multiplier? Because he keeps.
He's a former guard of the Silent Clam in San Francisco.
Makes perfect sense. He's like, you don't have to. What in the hell is this? Is this lawn darts where you just throw vaguely at your siblings with plausible deniability?
him
Yes, sir.
while your buddies are coming down from the rec area, right?
That's a first statement, yes, sir.
He didn't know his buddies were there, asshat. Let's stay in the same scenario. I'm waiting for Runkle to watch this and then to hear the screaming from Canada.
Or I'm tuning into Ian.
Yes, because I want to hear Ian go, what? Do what?
Yeah.
Not in all my many years of being an elf.
That OODA loop doesn't just apply to police officers, does it?
That's correct.
That's-
Humans in general.
Everybody.
Yes, sir.
So if a police officer is shooting at somebody, then their OODA loop
Absolutely. Would
can be affected,
It would be, yes, sir.
distracted from their mission
Yes, sir.
until they decide what to do with a police officer shooting at them.
Yes, sir.
Do things like drop a bag full of ammunition
That's a possibility, yes, sir.
if police officers drive up.
Yes, sir.
That's affecting the OODA loop, changing their mind on what to do.
Is the prosecutor now making the argument that if they'd taken the shot, it would have stopped this? Because it would have distracted his OODA loop, the suspect's OODA loop?
I'm gobsmacked. I'm wondering if this prosecutor. Well, I wonder if he has a pea-sized balls and brains, missing a pinky toe, an extra chromosome. What in the actual fuck?
I mean, at this point, OODA loop. OODA stands for observe. Not obsess. I wrote it down. Observe, orient, decide, and act. So it's kind of the loop that you would go through to make choices in just any way, but a crisis situation. Yeah, why do we have all the desk jockeys out here?
Because everybody else did jack shit for 77 fucking minutes while Mr. Gonzalez actually ran in.
Yeah.
And when after shot at and the bullet grazed his the other officer, retreated and started to get kids out of the classrooms.
Yeah, under fire. I mean, the state's not reminding you, but those 77 minutes, that shooter was still shooting randomly. They were getting children out.
Yes, sir.
So a police officer, just their appearance on the scene is important in an active shooter situation, is it not?
It is.
Saves lives
It can.
by quick action.
Yes, sir.
And quick action is not standing by the vehicle.
If you're just standing in the vehicle and not acting,
Nick, remind me, did we see video of people standing for 77 minutes?
Yeah.
What the fuck is this case?
And apparently he did not just stand by the vehicle. He had to approach the person who claimed she was shot at.
Yes. Good night, nurse.
then that's not quick action.
Standing at the vehicle, waiting for cover
Once,
to come.
once again, depending on the scenario and where the shots are coming from, but yes, sir. I mean, just standing there alone is not taking action.
Okay. Waiting for other people to come.
Yes, sir.
And do they train you in active shooters to wait on other people? Or is there such a thing as training about solo entry?
There is training on solo entry, but in general, everybody's trained that you get to the threat, whether you're by yourself or not.
You get to the threat by yourself or not.
Yes, sir.
Oh, he didn't address the locked door?
To get to the threat, you have to know where the threat is, right?
I'm sorry?
To get to the threat, you have to know where the threat is, right?
Yes, sir.
And you've come to know now that there was a dispatch of someone at the school with a gun running. Did you get to know that? Did you know that?
I'm not aware of that dispatch. no,
Matt
sir.
Prochich?
Yes.
And so whoever drove this car, let me represent to you Adrian Gonzalez, they drove into this situation, right?
Yes, sir.
They're not way out here,
Yes, sir.
three other officers. That he's into this situation. Did you come to learn that Adrian Gonzalez was one of the first officers in this building?
I'm not sure about that. I know he was one of the first ones there, but I'm not sure about in the building.
But if he was in the building, that's taking action, correct? If he ended up in the building, that's taking action. If he's one of the first officers in the building, that's taking action.
Yeah, if he got in the building, that is taking an action.
Well, right, and driving into this scenario, going after the description that's been relayed over the radio, is taking action.
That is an action.
So if someone was reported to have a gun running to a school, and if Adrian Gonzalez saw someone running and he drove to the person that he thought was running, that's taking action.
That is taking, yes, sir. That's taking an
Now I
action.
want to direct your attention to some decisions and opportunity. So if you have Adrian Gonzalez here, the shooter on this side, and three officers here, who has better line of sight? Those three officers or Adrian Gonzalez?
In that scenario, those three officers would.
If Adrian has a handgun from this distance, and they have a rifle with line of sight, who has a better opportunity and ability to take out that shooter?
Once again, they have the line of sight, so they're the only ones that couldn't take a shot in that scenario, if he's right there in those where you're referring to.
They're the only ones that what?
If you're saying that if Adrian's right there, you asked the question, I believe, if I heard you right, so he has a handgun, who has a better way to make a shot, I believe, him or them? It's only them, because in that scenario, he's by his car.
But you said it specifically, you said they're the only ones that couldn't take a shot.
No, could take a shot in that
Could take a
scenario,
shot,
because
got it.
they have that line of sight.
Right. And you don't shoot at things you can't see, right?
Correct.
Pass the witness, Judge.
No further questions?
Recall.
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
Yeah,
Okay, sir,
this
the,
does not go
rules
well
of
for
your
the
excuse from
prosecution.
subpoena, you're not subject to recall, but do me a favor and
But
talk about
they
the
are
rules till you're
competing
aware of
against
them.
pictures
Thank you
of
very
dead
much.
children.
Your next witness.
Yes.
And that
Ranger
would make
Montalvo?
many people forget everything
Oh
else.
God, not another ranger. They're gonna kill us by ranger.
Hello, Mr. Ranger. Have you ever been in a lethal situation?
No, I
Yeah,
do
I had
the
a
taxes.
bad taco at once. Oh yeah.
You solemnly swear the evidence in this testimony given in the cause will be the truth, so help you God.
Soon.
Go ahead and have a seat over here. Make yourself comfortable. Adjust the microphone if you need to.
And they're going to repeat it with this one, I assume.
Yes.
Would you tell us your name
Roberto Montalvo Jr.
and what do you do for a living?
I am a Texas Ranger with the Company D Texas Ranger Division.
Where are you assigned?
I'm assigned in Alice, which I cover Jim Wells and Duval counties.
And how long have you been a ranger?
March 1st of 2026 will be 7 years, so just under 7.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
I started my law enforcement career in 2004. I became a deputy from 2004 to 2006.
Why is he
with the
wearing
Jim
his,
Wells County Sheriff's
wearing
Office.
his funeral
2007,
jacket?
I went with DPS and became a
I
Oh.
don't know, but when you sit down, pull your suit jacket back behind you.
Yeah. And that color is for funerals only. Or if you're a man in black.
Look, it was on sale. It was clearance just for men.
trooper.
2007, you became a trooper
Yes, sir.
and have been with DPS ever since.
Yes, sir. In 2007, became a trooper, was stationed in Falfurrias from 07 to 2012. In October 15, 2012, became a special agent with the Criminal Investigation Division. Did that to 2019, March 1st, 2019, and became a ranger in Rio Grande City. Did that for a year, then I was transferred to Alice.
And where were you working on May 24, 2022?
So I was stationed in Alice, but I was actually in Rio Grande City giving evidence to the 229th District Attorney's Office in reference to a murder investigation.
So part of your work is also to hold evidence or to organize evidence?
Yes, sir.
And so what happened, how did you end up going to Uvalde?
So I'm also a member of the Company D crime scene team.
Crime scene
As-
investigator.
On May 24, 2022, I was notified by a message by Company D Texas Ranger Patrick O'Connor. He was our team leader for the Company D crime scene team. He activated the team to head to Uvalde in reference to the shooting.
And what time did you get there?
So the notification that the team was activated was around noon, and I didn't get to Uvalde until around 5:30ish.
So
So the event was
once
over.
everything was over.
That's correct.
What did you do that evening?
While I was en route to Uvalde to Robb Elementary, I was redirected by Lieutenant Joey Evans to assist Ranger Tyler Williamson at the Uvalde Memorial Hospital.
And what did you do at the
Oh.
hospital?
So at the hospital,
We
Dead
better be
kids.
going directly to ballistics. I want to hear this man tell me exactly how many tent cones he used.
Mm.
assisting Ranger Williamson identify all the victims from Robb Elementary. And while I was there, I made contact with 2 deceased children.
And who were the
You made
witnesses?
contact with 2 deceased
There was
children?
one male child, Jose Flores Jr., and one female, Jacqueline Cáceres.
And so most of the children from Rod Elementary School went from Rod Elementary School to the medical examiner's
Okay.
office.
Yes, sir.
But these two,
We might be getting into autopsies or
Yeah.
identification or notification of parents. So do protect your mental health. Take some time. I do a breakdown at the end of this stream that I cut up that's only me reading my copious amount of notes. So if you would like to stay up to date on this trial, I do just do a breakdown with notes at the end.
And if you have a pet, keep it close, even if they try
Yes.
to eat your fingers.
Children went to the hospital and then went to the medical examiner, is that correct?
Yes, sir. I made contact with the deceased children there at the hospital, and then I also made contact with the justice of the peace who declared them deceased, and then I released the children to the funeral home where they were transported to Bear County Medical Examiner.
So those would be the last two children on the medical examiner's number 1799 and 1800.
I am not sure about the number sequence.
Fair enough. And then what did you do after going to the hospital?
After the hospital, I did meet up with Company C, Texas Ranger Jason Shea, and I received victims' clothing that he had recovered. Since I was going to Robb Elementary, I recovered those items, and then eventually placing them into the administration room there at Robb Elementary for evidence storage at that night.
Okay. At some point, did you take over evidence storage?
Yes, sir. So the lead Texas Ranger, Jose Sanchez, he assigned me to be the evidence custodian for the investigation.
And what's the evidence custodian?
Just receiving, documenting, collecting, transferring, releasing of all evidence or mostly all evidence involved in the investigation, kind of just being a manager over the property.
As evidence comes in, it would come into you then,
Yes,
as central housing?
yes, sir.
Okay. And because you started being the manager of the evidence, were you sent out on assignments when additional evidence was observed?
That's correct. So on a couple incidents, I was tasked to go collect a few items.
And tell us about those tasks.
So on the first incident was Staff Captain Troy Wilson at the time. He tasked me on May 31st, 2022, to go to Robb Elementary and collect some items that were discovered after the initial processing of the crime scene. Those items were in room 111 and room 112. One of the items was in room 111, a Hellfire trigger snap-on device, and in room 112 was 2 spent cartridge casings. I proceeded to the school, documented my involvement. I photographed, collected the items, and then placed them into the evidence room.
And did you then thereafter get an assignment to go collect 2 more cartridges?
That's correct. On June 6th, myself and Company F, Texas Ranger Nick Hill, were tasked by Staff Captain Troy Wilson to go and collect 2 spent cartridge casings on the outside, the west side of the building of Robb Elementary, and some projectile fragments that came from room 111.
And did that information come from civilians that were working around Robb Elementary?
I was told it was from a cleaning crew. I have no details on who located those items.
Your purpose in being here is just to say when you got there where you found these items. Is that
Yes, sir,
correct?
that's correct.
But this is clearly a month later, is that correct? June 6th?
So one was May 31st, and then the other one was June 6th.
Excuse me, May 24th, then it would be 2 weeks.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for correcting me.
Yes.
And have you reviewed, just in the last few weeks, the photographs that you took documenting this work?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Please.
It's 871 and 881. Those are the exhibits that you reviewed before coming here to testify, is that correct?
That's correct. I did review these, but I did not take this photograph.
You didn't take the photographs, but did they fairly and accurately depict what work you did?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Can I look at most
Yeah,
of them?
please look at all of them.
And on this one, I took these photographs.
And that is,
Here we go again.
This is
Pictures
room
of
112.
dead pictures of dead kids.
Well, I think he's only bringing
Or-
in the photos of the casings and the Hellfire device that they missed on the 31st.
Oh,
And then on June 6th, the 2 spent cartridges and fragments that the cleaning crew found.
okay. Which could have been
I took
stipulated
these
too.
on room 111.
And do you recognize the children in Exhibit 880 and 881?
That's correct. I'm looking at Jacqueline Gonzalez and Jose Flores Jr.
The children that you went to see at the hospital?
That's correct.
The state offers 871 and through 881. Carol, may we get front page? Yes.
Are we going to a sidebar?
I would assume they are objecting to showing this because it's
Yeah,
excessive.
because
People
yeah,
have
again-
they have already shown pictures of the rooms.
and I think it's another way for the state to get autopsy photos up.
Okay.
That's right. Yes.
Yes, sir. That's a photograph of the west side of Robb Elementary.
And the windows there at Robb Elementary, does it look like there's been some work done there?
Yes, they've been boarded up.
Okay. And would you stand on the outside of that building in order to put those boards up
That's correct.
in close proximity to where that orange cone is?
Yes, orange cone is a marker for.
Did everybody see how high up these windows were? And the
State's
previous
Exhibit
witness said,
872?
"Oh, he could have gotten in somewhere else."
That's just a mid-range photograph of that same
Trampoline act?
west side wall and a little bit closer of the to the cone.
And it shows the concrete lining at the bottom, the ragged concrete. Does that help us identify where those casings were?
Yes, sir.
And State's Exhibit 873.
And that's just a close-up of the exhibit, the one that we collected, the 2 spent cartridge casings.
And would you show that, please, to the viewer?
So the spent cartridge casings were located right here, and it's about 9.5 inches from the wall.
Thank you. And 874 just shows that you've marked those as Exhibit 29, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Next showing you State's Exhibit 875, can you tell us what we're looking at now?
Yeah, so that first picture that was on June 6th, those first series of pictures, that was on June 6th that recovered those 2 spent cartridge casings. This one's on May 31st. This is in room 112, and this is a kind of a mid-range photograph of Exhibit 55, which is 2 spent cartridge casings.
And State's Exhibit 876,
It's just closer picture showing Exhibit 55, which is the 2 spent cartridge casings.
and that's the only additional cartridges you recovered from 112, is that correct?
From 112, that's correct.
Then did you move into room 111?
I believe I was in room 111 first, and then I went to room 112. But yes, the same day, just I went to room 111 and collected the Hellfire trigger device.
Showing you Exhibit 877. Is that room 111?
That's correct.
And what caused you to go back and look for the Hellfire trigger system?
So I was tasked, like I said, by Captain Troy Wilson. He advised me that it was ready in a bag on top of a desk. That's why I kind of knew exactly where to search for. And basically to go and collect that device. I believe I was shown a crime scene photo there that day to kind of picture what the device was.
So pictures had been taken on the day of the event or the next day?
Whenever the Rangers processed the crime scene, that room.
And then studied by other officers?
I was just tasked to go and collect those items.
Had you ever seen a Hellfire trigger system before?
Not that device. I believe I've seen a version 1, but I haven't seen that version.
Thank you. And on exhibit 877 is that Hellfire trigger system, excuse me, I guess we're on 878. Tell us what we're looking at here.
Yes, that's a bag on top of a desk. The Hellfire trigger device is underneath that, is inside that bag.
And 879.
Now, I know this is in Canton, but they couldn't find an evidence bag. You've got how many teams of rangers out there doing crime scene investigation, and no one has an evidence bag?
Maybe they ran out of solo cups.
For the love of all that is Cheeto, there's always a Canton angle.
Yeah. And this guy was there in the sole capacity as a crime scene investigator. You can't make this shit up.
I mean, at this point, I don't even know what to say anymore. I am no longer shocked.
It's just another side of the bag to show the exhibit.
Show your happy face to the investigator. Yeah, this is Mr. Jingles' happy face. This is how Mr. Jingles thinks about using random plastic bags as evidence.
Just quickly, but where you started the investigation, Rod Elementary at the hospital, I'm going to ask you if State's Exhibit 880.
Judge, we just asked again for a warning. These are going to be 2 autopsy pictures of children. Just a warning for the audience.
Just of the faces along with Ralph, or just because these photographs needed to be displayed.
Yes,
And
sir.
the names repeated.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, these are presented in the same way.
He
that the other
wasn't
autopsy photos were
there
presented the other day,
at the
so
time.
You're welcome to step out if you like.
He
Well,
wasn't, but there
He
were 2
met them at the
children.
hospital.
Well, I think there were 2 children. They had to take multiple trips, so he had to escort these children. So, and I believe that they weren't kind of photographed as well. So, yes, or
Okay.
Friday when he was doing all of that, I think he skipped these 2 children's pictures. So
Okay.
we are going to see them in.
Oh, so he skipped those 2 kids in order to get another shock value.
Well, I think he actually forgot how many kids he'd gone through because he kind of made a flippant comment like, "Oh, we have more kids," and it was just so
Oh,
gobsmacking.
Jesus.
I nearly lost it, and I kind of forgot about it because it pissed me off so bad.
Never see.
So State's Exhibit 880, that's Jacqueline Caceres. 1399 autopsy number, is that correct?
That's correct.
And State's Exhibit 881, Jose Flores, autopsy number 1400, is that correct?
That's correct.
Ask the witness.
May I proceed, Judge?
Please.
So Ranger Montalvo, I want to talk a little bit about, my name's Jason Goss, we haven't met before.
No, we haven't.
Yeah, I'm one of the lawyers representing Adrian. And I want to discuss a little bit about, you did first talk about shell casings on the outside. Judge, can I approach the television?
Yes.
Thank you. So, if you can turn around, we got Defense
Yeah.
Exhibit 9 up here. Okay. So, I think, if I'm right, that cone was somewhere, maybe in this area here.
It's from the south to the north between the 5th and 6th window.
Okay, so if we counted windows, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it would be right here.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And these are shell casings that would be here.
The 2 shell casings by the west side wall, that's correct.
And so I just want to ask a little bit of your experience with, a little bit of your experience with firearms. I'm sure you've been trained generally in firearms.
That's correct.
Are you a firearms instructor, or have you done anything like that?
I am a firearm instructor.
So let's talk about is it TCOL instructor?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so TCOL is the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement.
That's correct.
Right. And a lot of times, as you know, they'll ask people to be instructors, and then you take a class on how to be an instructor, basically how to present stuff, right?
That's correct.
And I mean, some of the classes, I think where you start is All right, teach the class how you make breakfast in the morning. Something like that, and it gives you a topic, and then they kind of, you go through a PowerPoint or whatever else when you take that class, and then now, I guess they're helping you to understand this is how you present information to people so they can learn it properly, right?
That's correct.
How many hours do those instructor courses usually take?
I took mine in around 2013, 2014. I believe it was 2 weeks then. It may be shorter, it may be longer now, but it was around 2 weeks. First week is for the instructor portion. The second, no, I'm sorry. The firearm instructor portion for DPS is 1 week. And I went through a whole different instructor course.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So, and that's, the instructor course is kind of what I'm talking about.
Yes.
You know, actually, for lawyers, it's called like train the trainer.
Yes, sir.
So it's something like that, where they're trying to teach you how to do that. Now, you also can agree, though, that there are some some training courses that involve, like, everybody sitting in a room, a trainer's clicking through a PowerPoint and possible scenarios, right? Like, that's one of the ways that
Yes,
people
sir.
are trained. Another way is like active, like live simulations of those types of situations, right?
Yes, sir.
So, you know, for instance, in Bear County at the courthouse, sometimes when we go there, it's like all shut down because they're having active shooter training. That's when they're actually in the hallways of the courthouse with various scenarios where they're actually going through a simulation of something that's happened.
So, did they had
In your
any of those at
simulations-
this
let's
school?
first talk about
Yeah, I'm guessing
Oh.
the defense knows that the training that the officers received was just a PowerPoint.
Ah, so
Because,
not actively, hey, let's check the school on a Saturday.
well, yeah, because I remember there was a big hullabaloo when Uvalde first happened because they had just received a fairly large
Mhm.
tranche of federal money for these active scenario trainings.
Yeah.
And if they just did a PowerPoint, of course they didn't, know all of this. And yet
Mhm.
he still ran in.
Yeah.
shell casing. So as a general firearms instructor, you know that I've heard a lot about ejector ports, eject out to the right on a gun that's made for a right-handed person.
Yes, sir.
All right, and so we know that it's not an exact science, but seeing a line of shell casings here and then up here, and the reason I'm asking is because you found some kind of right here.
Yes, sir.
But I don't know if you know, but there were also shell casings all the way kind of down here.
Yes, sir.
You didn't know that?
I do not.
But it would be consistent if somebody's going down shooting out these windows, which we have heard testimony about. It would be consistent that shell casings ejecting to the left would be ejecting along this grassy area until you get to that entrance. That would be consistent to you.
That would be consistent, yes, sir.
Right, because somebody, if I said, look, Ranger Montalvo, somebody's firing in this window, and you find shell casings over here to the right, that would be consistent with somebody squared off against that window, firing into it, and the shell casings ejecting the way they're supposed to.
Well, we all know that even though it's ejection port to the right, they could be standing here and it's ejecting to the right. They could be having the gun to the side and it's ejecting up.
Mhm.
And they can actually be have it upside
Upside
down.
down and eject
Now it's
to
going to the left.
Right.
So we can't really just assume that it automatically ejects to the right. We just can't assume that.
How many
They-
people in the history of ever have ever shot a force multiplier upside down?
Yeah. Is it possible? Sure. Here's the thing. Every element of the crime must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Coulda, woulda, shoulda are not beyond a reasonable doubt.
Oh, good Lord. We're back to the upside down Uzi.
Yeah. Lobbing
It's true, but
bullets
you know, one of the things here,
behind the AC units.
I'm surprised they haven't said if Adrian Gonzalez had a force or a rocket launcher, this would have been, I mean, good Lord.
is that the prosecution has the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt things, right? What we're talking about is kind of probabilities, though, because we don't have the burden. So I want to talk about what's probable. Yes, it can, and there always can be those like, well, there is that one time that a guy approached the school with an AR turned upside down and ejected left, but most of the time that you've ever seen or heard of somebody shooting it, they're not holding it upside down when they're doing it. You would agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Right. And so the probable, sure, there's always all the possibilities, but let's just, they have beyond a reasonable doubt. We don't. We have probabilities, we have possibilities. So the probability is that shooting, ejecting out to the right. That's most likely, right? The most likely scenario.
We recover spent shell casings and we just document the facts.
Sure.
We can always assume, but we're not gonna, we just present the facts.
And I'm with you, but I think you know, because others have testified as well, other rangers have testified that, one shell casing here or there is one thing, but when they start grouping up in a line like that, it does start to tell you kind of some probabilities of shooter movement.
Yes, sir.
Right. And if you're looking at it like that, you are assuming, if you're going to the scene and you see a line here and a line here, you're assuming that the shooter's standing to the left of that line and it's ejecting out to the right, if you know where their targets are. Like, for instance, these ones.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, and we have this little person here we pointed out. You see this person here?
Yes, sir.
I'm not asking you to identify the person, it's a small person. Maybe not in real life, but on that screen, you'd agree with that.
It's a person.
Right, and it looks very small, almost to where you can't see him. And the reason I'm doing that is to point out the angle and the perception that we have. This would be the size of a person in this photograph. So this car to this person, this car to that person, those are long distances you can tell just based on the size of the person in the photograph.
Yes, sir.
Right, okay. So when we talk about, I heard you say a couple of times, you said.
Oh, actually, yes, there was a big fact that we learned. We learned during one cross that before this point, we hadn't known that Adrian Gonzalez actually went into the hallway, into the building, and came under fire from the gunman. The person in front of him got grazed in the side of the head. So we essentially learned that Adrian Gonzalez ran toward the gunshots, went into the school, came under fire, then moved away from the hallway and started evacuating children while still being under fire.
Yeah, that was completely new to me. Completely new.
Yeah. So
Well, we knew that he rescued kids. I assumed it was later. No. He ran in, he and a couple of others. The shooter shot at them, grazed the head of one of them. They retreated. We need to wait for the SWAT team. Possibly. Let's save the kids. He was first in with a couple of others.
And the defense has done a really good job of clearly and visually using demonstratives to show exactly how little space Adrian had to maneuver. They were able to take really good angles of some of the side of the building where he would have had to try to get cover, and show that it was mostly blocked and obstructed by a couple of ACs and a chain link fence. So I think the defense today has been really good at, they brought in an orange, play force multiplier to really illustrate exactly how you would have to turn a corner, how you would have to look. All of these officers didn't come in and haven't been under live fire situations.
Yeah.
So it's been interesting because defense has really gotten a lot of very important concepts out and corroborated by multiple state witnesses that, a handgun versus a rifle is not a great, situation to be in.
Yeah. And
that the other officers had a line of sight.
And then you have the officer before this guy who have never been in a lethal situation, but he imagined himself doing a lot of things. So the defense got him to more or less walk through the entire imagining scenario, and then they started adding details, forcing him to backpedal. Oh, by the way, Jim, did you know, according to one of the state's witnesses, one of the it was the previous witness, Ranger, Texas Ranger, that it's within the realm of possibilities that you are getting fired at with 30 shots, who misses you, but there are no marks behind you.
Yeah, it has been really interesting, and I think the defense has done a really good job of kind of questioning these officers' credibility, because what they're getting at is there is a teacher that is kind of the state's star witness, claiming that he gets on the scene, he goes directly to her because all he knows at this point is there's a gun person going toward the school. He sees her fall and assumes that she has gotten shot, so he drives back to her. She starts telling him that they're under constant fire and that the guy is over to the opposite direction. So the state has basically staked their entire case on this particular witness because they are saying that Adrian didn't run fast enough after the witness told him exactly where the shooter was.
Yeah, and he was not where she said he was.
No.
It's so, Jim, if you're going to make a video about 10 to 15 minutes, the previous, you know who he is because he is very, very bald. And the cross-examination and the rebuttal of that witness.
And we had the state prosecutor posit that in order to be a distraction, you don't actually have to be that accurate with your hand multiplier. You need to distract. So even if you don't have cover, even if you are, handgun versus rifle, you can still shoot around the suspect and distract them.
It's been an interesting day.
Yeah. There's been a lot of tactical daydreaming. A lot of these Texas Rangers are badasses in Call of Duty.
Yeah. These are crime scene investigators who apparently have never actually been in a situation like this, but they are asked of the prosecution to tell the jury how they would have acted.
I'll take it over, beating us over the head with sadness.
Yeah.
So I'll take it.
Yeah. And with that, I have to run. I have an early morning tomorrow morning, and Mr. Jingles needs to be fed and cuddled with, and yeah. So I'm abandoning Mo again today. This might be a reoccurring event because I'm 7 hours ahead of you guys.
Yeah, it's
in this trial I'm 7 hours ahead. So it's currently close to it's just 10:30 p.m. It's 10:37 p.m. here. And my alarm goes off at 4:15.
So I'll be rounding out the later part of this trial.
Yeah, hopefully there won't be another parent as final witness of the day.
I'm switching over to the Canero case if I get stuck with another parent.
Yeah.
Well, now that I know that they're willing to stoop that low, I won't be shocked. I was just so affronted that they even stoop that low. That was part of my shock, just the audacity.
Yeah, the audacity of the prosecution when we know that this guy ran did run towards the danger once he learned where the shooter was.
Yeah.
He ran there. And when under gunfire, retreated and started to save kids. And they are charging him for not running towards a corner of the building that was about this wide,
Yeah,
while
did
he
not
had a
have cover.
civilian with him, trying to listen to the radio chatter. Yeah, he should have
Oh,
had
yeah.
a medal instead, and they are charging him. This is insanity.
I do think that it is very interesting to, when this is over with, regardless of the outcome, if the parents knew any of this information, or if they had been told by the state that this man sat behind or by his car, he didn't do not one damn thing. Because I'm wondering what the state told him versus what he actually did.
Yeah. And considering we just found out, now it's not impossible for me because I knew it happened. I knew there was going to be a trial. I assumed this Mr. Gonzalez was a coward asshole. I was wrong. I was dead wrong because I didn't have enough information.
Yeah, and the defense has been really good at bringing it out and also pulling out inconsistencies through these rangers so they don't have to confront very sympathetic witnesses. So, all right, Nick, well, get some rest so we can do this again tomorrow.
Yay!
We'll get Ranger number 29.
Yeah. Talking about shell casings and then
Ranger
trying
00
to
Texas.
tell us, oh, he would have acted completely different.
Yeah. I love the fluffy guy who is like, I'd have run there fastly. I'm like, sir, you have not run fastly.
He hasn't
except
run.
for-
He hasn't run more than 20 yards in 15 years. I mean, that's.
Yeah, that's generous.
All right, folks. Like, subscribe, do all the things, because we make the unbearable tolerable here.
Yeah, we are your filter for the ridiculous.
Yeah. But I'm off to bed. We'll try to avoid getting eaten by Mr. Jingles. And I will see you all at my channel at 9 a.m. Texas time for day 6.
Yeah, maybe we'll get to an actual point.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
See you, folks. Have a good
See
one.
you.
Bye-bye.
You were talking about Captain Troy Wilson. Captain Wilson told you, Montalvo, I need you to go. I don't know what he calls you. I'm assuming probably calls you by your last name or.
Or first name, yeah.
Oh, your first name. Okay. You probably don't call him by his first name.
No, I don't.
Yes,
Yeah,
Captain.
yes, Captain.
All right. And so I heard you say that, Captain Wilson said, look, I need you to go out there. I need you to collect these and these. And you did what he asked you to do.
Yes,
Chain of command. How important is it?
it's important.
How important is it to follow orders? That your supervisors and the people above you in the chain of command, if they give you an order, how important is
If it's a legal order, very important.
it? If it's a legal order. Now, you would follow, I'm talking about you, you would follow that chain of command in a situation like this where there's not any active emergency, you're just going to collect evidence. Of course, you would follow because you did follow that chain of command, right?
Yes, sir.
You would also follow it if you were in the middle of an active shooting and Captain Wilson is there and said, Montalvo, I need you to go do this. You would go do what he told you to do.
I can't testify to that. I wasn't there.
No, but you would follow your supervisor's orders and commands in any kind of situation.
If it was illegal, that's correct.
Right, like, I need you to go out and call the SWAT, or I need you to go and do this over here. You wouldn't say, no, I'm not gonna do that, I'm gonna stay here.
That's correct.
Right. So if a person is ordered to go somewhere else, if you were ordered to go somewhere else, you would be in dereliction of your duty if you didn't follow those orders, right?
Oh, what circumstances are we talking about?
Is it going to come out that Adrian Gonzalez was ordered away from the sound of fire? Are we going to get actual dispatch that he was told to go somewhere completely different? Now, this is the defense questioning, so they seem to know a lot more about the case than the state does.
Any circumstance possible, you're at a mall, and there's a shooting, and Captain Wilson's standing next to you, and he says, I need you to get over here and do this thing right now.
It depends if, am I seeing the shooting? Am I involved in the shooting? Obviously, if I'm involved in the shooting, I'll probably have to handle that situation before I listen to an order.
Well, so you're in the mall, and your captain's standing next to you, and he says, we need help, and you're the one that I need you to go call for this help. Please go call for help in this other location. That's what I'm saying.
Mhm.
By ignoring an order like that, what are you doing? You're not getting the help that he's asking you to call, right? You agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Well, I mean, yeah, and so in the face of your of Captain Wilson telling you, I need you, because he's in the chain of command. Because otherwise, and let's talk about why that's important. Otherwise, what will happen is that if you start inserting your own beliefs over his, what you think is right over his, that can cause a problem in chain of command and in active scenes. You would agree with that?
In training, with involving emergency situations, we've always been taught that, command kind of stops at the threshold, right? On tactical situations, it's your kind of rank stops at the door, because potentially a high-ranking official doesn't sometimes make proper decisions,
I mean, I guess,
and saving lives is I guess the goal.
I guess they don't. I guess maybe they don't. But I think what you're testifying to is that insubordination and not following an order, not following a good order, an order that needs to be followed, because you just personally think that you don't need to do that.
No, if it's a legal order, then we follow it.
Right, because there's 15 people in a hallway, and one person needs to leave the hallway and go and call SWAT, while the other 14 remain.
Mhm.
You wouldn't say, no, I need to be the 15th person in the hallway. You would go and call for help.
Correct.
Right. Because we're not talking about just you
Yeah.
and somebody else. Now let's talk about a group of people. Assigning positions. I need you to go do this. And then after that, I need you to go evacuate these other kids. I need you to go and help and evacuate other children who are still in danger from a shooter. Right?
Correct.
You go, no, I'm not doing it. I'm staying here in the hallway. You wouldn't do that. You wouldn't disobey an order like that.
It kind of depends, sir, because if it's an active shooter situation, the number one thing is stop the killing.
Yeah,
So
I agree.
it's pretty set standard.
It is a set standard, but there's also other things. It is, you have to stop it, yes, if you do, but you have somebody there telling you, I need you to do this. I don't need one more guy here in the hallway, I need you to go make sure the kids are safe. You get that?
If there's a driving force, you go and stop the killing, sir.
Right, but okay, so 370 sat out in the hallway, you agree with that? They didn't go to that door, you agree with it?
I don't know the details on this.
You know now
Yes.
that 370 people stood out in the hallway, did not go in once the shooter was barricaded. You know that?
Correct.
Okay. Or they were outside, or they were around, or they were this, or they were that. But
Picking their
and
noses.
regardless of how you feel about that,
Mhm.
there were rangers on the scene that didn't go in. You agree with that?
Correct.
Yes, rangers that were trained just like you. They didn't go kick that door in, did they?
No, sir.
Vortac went in, finally kicked the door in. And you know now that the end of the stick on Vortac got shot in the head.
Correct.
And you know that the shield that came in first got shot.
Yes.
He was putting targets and rounds on the shield as they were coming in. And so you know if Ranger Montalvo would have walked through that door without any of that protection, that would have been you, dead. Next, dead. Next, dead. Because that was a fatal funnel in room 111. You agree with that?
I would think that the goal is to isolate, distract, or neutralize the shooter.
That's true, that's true. But stacking a bunch of bodies in front of that doorway, because you can only go in that door one at a time,
Yes, sir.
right? And when they finally, and they still didn't make it out without the end of the stick getting shot in the head. But at least they had, when the shooter started shooting, they had enough protection that they could find and locate where he was and put as many rounds into him as they could.
Yes, sir.
Right? I mean, because that's the thing. I mean, you know, the shooter, they're showing pictures of him, the shooter's like it's grouped right here in his chest. They were just, once they knew where he was coming from, they all unloaded everything they had on him. Rightfully so. But before that point, you have a fatal funnel in the sense that the shooter is in a closet directly across from the door, waiting to be a cockpit. right? That's what he wants, is to be a cop killer, you know that.
I know it.
Well, you know he tried to, it was attempted capital murder of a police officer. You knew that.
As the first incident when they approached the door, I'm sorry, I really don't.
Okay, first incident when they approached the door, yeah, one of Adrian's colleagues was shot in the head
Okay.
at that point. But Wayne Jackson, we know that Wayne Jackson was at the end of the stick on the vortex team, and Wayne Jackson got shot in the head, turned it around, and I think it made him drop his gun in the classroom.
Yes, sir.
But I guess before that, before they have that ability to go in like that, we had Rangers, we had Uvalde PD, we had Uvalde ISD, we had basically DPS, Highway Patrol, we had groups of officers, all sitting there, all apparently having the same training, and we've had every officer come in and say they would have just run in that room. All of those people did not run in the room at that time. You would agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And there were still shots going on, right? There were shots even 40 minutes into it. There were shots, 4 shots fired later in the process, because everybody's standing there.
I'm not sure on the timeline.
But you knew that there was the initial 100 and something shots, and that happened within the first 2 minutes.
Yes, sir.
And then there were some various shots after that point. You may not know the exact number. All right. Because if a claim is made that each one of those shots puts the people in the hall on notice that they should go in, you're saying that you should just go in and one after another.
I'm saying from what I learned from alert training, which is a standard, is to isolate, distract, and neutralize the individual.
Right. Sure.
Right.
Sure. But the how of it is the problem. Do you agree with that? In a situation.
It's definitely a concern, yes, sir.
Yeah, because he had the drop, the shooter had the drop, and a dead police officer, you would agree, a dead police officer cannot save a child. You would agree with that?
That's correct.
I mean, they can't. And so one of the things, and Nico mentioned it too, keeping yourselves safe, because it feels horrible later when we talk about it, but keeping yourselves safe is not just a selfish thing to keep me safe, it's I'm keeping my gun safe to be able to hopefully be able to use to help other people. But if I go down, I can't help. If the next guy goes down, they can't help. That takes you out of the ability to try to go in and help save children or adults or anybody else. You agree with that?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, so if I'm a police officer and I would say, well, you know, my training says just run into this room and then I'm hit dead. Next guy goes, well, my training says it hit dead. Training says it hit dead. Training says it hit dead. We have a situation where, yes, I totally agree with you, that if you can get in there, but it's not if you can get in there just by any means necessary, including your death. Those officers that were in the hallway were trying to figure out how to get in. You would agree with that? They wanted to, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, they were trying to and they wanted to, but making themselves dead is not going to help anyone else.
You would hope that the raid entry or the room entry would affect the OODA loop of the individual to attempt to get more people into the room and neutralize the subject. Yes, I know I can't Monday morning quarterback what had happened, but the standard or the standard that alert teaches is isolate, distract, and neutralize.
Right.
The room entry techniques of a 1-man, 2-man, 3-man, 4-man, and possibly affect the OODA loop of the individual, which is absorb, ordinate, decide, and act, and recycle that, possibly could buy time for law enforcement.
I mean, it's true. And it's going and sacrifice it. And I understand that. But let's talk about this. Everybody who is there can't all do the one thing. There also has to be other things that are done, like contacting certain people and trying to get the other children out of danger and out of harm's way. That's also important. You would agree with me?
The standard says neutralize the suspect first, or isolate, distract first.
Well, I know, but there's 100 people there. They can't all do it.
I understand that.
Somebody has to go and do the other thing as well. I mean, you had a teacher shot in the stomach in one of these other classrooms.
Mhm.
Somebody has to go and try to get medical attention. I understand, medical attention, stop the dying, right? Like, and stop the threat and do all of that stuff. But at some point, nobody in that hallway was going into that room. And other people, you would agree, need help out there. There's other children.
There's other jobs that need to be done, correct?
Right, right, there's other jobs that need to be done. And if your supervisor is saying, well, Pablo, I don't need you here, I need you here, you would, no, I'm staying here. Or you would say, I'll go where you have told me that you need.
Yes.
I will go where you told me that you need.
If it's a legal order, yes.
Right. So, and you wouldn't be doing that out of fear for your safety. You would be doing that. You would be doing that because you know that you have a chain of command that you have to follow, and if it's a legal order, it makes sense, then you have to go do it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So as far as the So let me just talk about, I guess as a rank, well, you know, you were in Jim Wells for a little bit. And we've been asking a few people this. Like, I am assuming that your involvement with any kind of active shooter situation is investigating it after and not having been proven.
That's correct, other than just a basic level 1 alert training.
The alert training.
Yes, sir.
And I guess another thing is if somebody didn't get that alert training or receive that alert training, they wouldn't even know the same things that you did about the alert.
Correct.
Okay. But have you ever, because you talked about the OODA loop and I want to talk about it, have you ever been in a situation where you were taking fire or there was fire, guns were being fired around you?
Correct, yes.
You have been in that situation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're a firearms instructor, so you also know about gunfire, and especially rifle fire, that it's loud.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you are trained that, that in areas, like urban areas, areas with buildings, even like, I guess, mountainous areas,
Mhm.
right? If you fire a rifle in an area like that, the echo can fool your senses about where the gunfire is coming from. You've been trained about that.
Yes, sir.
Right. Because
The defense has been really good about going over this particular aspect of the case with each of these law enforcement officers. First, asking them if they've ever been under fire or in an active sort of situation, but also to explain the echo, the sound distortion of shots going off in a heavily, developed area. So they've been very consistent, and all officers have agreed that there is some distortion that makes it hard to determine where the shots are exactly coming from in this situation.
echo will bounce off different things and make your ears believe it's coming from the right, but it's coming from the left or behind you or wherever else. Because if we want to just break that down, what echo means is just a sound. Judge, can I use the one? Yes. Thank you. A sound comes out, and it hits, and it bounces, and it bounces, and it bounces, and it bounces. And so depending on where it's bouncing and how, our human ears will perceive the sound. But if we're perceiving, if the shot comes from here, but the echo is hitting our right ear from here, that gunfire, the brain believes the gunfire is coming from that direction, right?
Yes, sir.
That's what echo is. Because the sound of gunfire in and of itself can maybe tell you where a gunshot is coming from, but also can be deceiving about where it is coming from.
That's correct. It could be deceiving.
Right, and so you could get a situation like, Judge, may I press the TV?
Sure.
You could get a situation like what we have here. Actually, Nico, can you move it up twice? Just use the right arrow. Or once, sorry, once. Thank you. Okay, so we get a situation, and we've heard a little bit, we're going to hear a little more. Not necessarily these cars here. You have to think of it like these three cars are a little bit back here.
Okay.
Because there were three officers that were here on the west side as the shooter is coming up the west side of the school. Now, one of these officers gets underneath his car because he thinks that the gunfire is coming at them, is being directed back here at them. Now, with your training experience, we know the shooter was firing into these windows into that building, right?
Yes, sir.
But the echo would come off of that building and it would hit their ears as if that gunfire is coming in their direction. That is possible.
It's possible.
Right. So they're taking cover because they think that the gunfire is coming at them when it's really coming 180 degrees the other way. And that's something that, as law enforcement officers, you're trained that what it sounds like to you alone, you can't believe your senses sometimes, based upon some of those the physics of sound and echo and things like that.
Yes, sir.
Right. And in particular, we know about echo that the louder the sound, the more that's going into something, the more it can be
bounce
disturbed,
off.
the more it can bounce off. And I don't know how many of our jurors have heard what that rifle that he had, that Daniel Defense rifle, but they will hear it when these videos come in. But you know that the sound of a rifle like that is extremely loud.
It is
So we're talking about a lot of echo, right?
possible.
Possible. We know for sure that it's bouncing off structures and buildings because this is not just an open area. Okay, so when we have this echo, that's one thing, and I think the prosecutor will say, because he has been saying, prosecutor will say, well, you would also maybe have witnesses to tell you kind of, okay, the location of the gun when it's over here. So I want to talk about that, because that's also part of your training, even in active shooter training. Part of your training is, I'm assuming with alert, I read alert, so I know that they tell you this. When you receive information, communicate that information.
Yes.
Get it out. That's how they train you to do.
Yes, sir.
In active shooter, something just like this, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes. And so, going back to you, you're in a situation, this is going on.
This is the defense. It's cross, so he can ask leading questions like yes or no questions, because he's trying to kind of ferret things out. But this is how they've been doing the defense, and there seems to be often several things that they cover with each of these witnesses. First, what is the cover? What is concealment? What is tactical movement? Kind of the distortion of gunshots and how that might change things. And then kind of what they would do or standard operating procedures that they follow in an active situation. And they've been really good to kind of get a consensus of what is reasonable for law enforcement officers. And I think that's really an interesting way to do it because they're not attacking credibility of very emotionally charged witnesses. They can get a little bit more into the weeds with these officers because they're expected to have some level of expertise. So I think this has been a good strategy.
Somebody's communicating a potential location of the person with the gun. You are getting on that radio, and you are radioing that out.
That's correct.
Right? A description. He might be wearing all black. He's supposedly wearing all black. He's over in the teacher parking lot. He's on the west side of the building. Those kind of descriptions, if they were given to you by a witness, you would put out.
Yes.
Now, you would not put that out 30 seconds after the witness told you that. Right?
It depends if active fire and you're taking cover and but I don't know the situation. I would assume that once you get the information, you would try to relay that.
Well, sure, and even in the active fire situation you've been in, did you have an opportunity where you had information and you were in cover but still radioing from cover? Yes?
Yes, sir.
Right, because you get down, but you're still going, and your adrenaline's going crazy in that kind of situation, you would agree.
Yes, sir.
And you start to have auditory exclusion, tunnel vision, all of those things happen, and you've been trained that you have to recognize that about yourself as a human being in that type of situation because your body starts playing tricks on you, right?
During stressful situations, it has been taught to us that you would lose the auditory disclosure and tunnel vision.
Right. So the auditory exclusion means you stop hearing what's happening, like your ears kind of cut off, maybe because your eyes are focused or whatever else, but that is something that you're taught and trained that can happen.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What that means is that you might not hear everything or hear everything correctly that you're being told.
Correct. Yes.
Right. So the other thing though is what I guess I'm saying is yes, assuming you're not like in a gunfight, like where you're, you know, this guy and I'm trying to do this or whatever, but information's being relayed, you're relaying that information as soon as you can. You agree with that?
You would try to process it and see if it's correct information as well.
Sure, right, because, and that's part of the OODA loop, right? So then it'll set you back in the OODA loop, because now, if they're saying something, but your ears are hearing something different, then you're trying to go, okay, which one is which, right?
Yes, sir.
But as far as descriptions, it says it in the training. It says if you get description, radio it out. If you get this, radio, tell them, tell other people that are coming, because the response here, you know, they talk about Adrian being, you know, one of the first. He was there maybe about 25 seconds before other officers are there as well, right? So just with that in mind, once he's radioing, there are now other people that are also at the scene that could benefit from the information of where is this guy? What does this guy look like? What do we look like? You would agree?
Correct. Yes, sir.
So, and that would be following training to radio out the description or like where something is,
Yes, sir.
right? It wouldn't be considered, like nobody would ever consider that you know of. Would not be considered, hey, I'm trying to get other people to do my job for me, so I'm going to radio a description, right?
No.
That would be ridiculous. That's what you're trained to do, is to get it out and get the information out for the safety of others.
Yes, sir.
All right. So so let's talk about this. When you are, as an officer, when you are approaching a scene, you are trusting, you have to trust what dispatch is telling you about what you're going into, right?
Or what you're observing.
Or what you're observing, right? So let's talk about so let's talk about this. There's kind of an overview here that we can see, and then Judge, can I press the TV? Just, okay, so what the jury's heard. What the jury's heard. I don't know how much you know about this, but I do know is, obviously, as a member of the Rangers, that this was of interest to all of you who were involved in this. And I know that you may not have known this at the time you were collecting shell casings, but you have also seen and know some of the basic facts of what happened.
Correct.
Okay. So you know that this is a culvert here that he just, I mean, he was coming from this street and just kind of flies through here and wrecks his
That's
truck.
correct.
Right. Jumps over this fence here. Now, starts shooting at the people from the funeral home, kind of in this area that are coming to help him, and then he starts shooting his weapon.
That's correct.
All right. So you know that initially it's dispatched as a vehicle accident that then becomes a person with a gun, right? So, Adrian, as he's responding, one of the things we talked about with the funeral home director is that he was obviously very emotional. Of course he would be in that situation. I mean, we heard, you know, his kind of blood-curdling 911 call where he's watching this guy advance, you know, with his gun. Now, one of the things he said, and we talked to him about it, and you could tell on the 911 call, he says, there's a guy with a gun, and he's running towards the school. Turns out he was walking. You've seen the video of this guy just like, you know, like Terminator, just like walking slowly, getting here, getting to this parking lot, disappearing, right? You've seen that. And the funeral home person said, yeah, this white car goes through, but he's already between these two cars, and the white car couldn't see him as they're going through it. Now, I want to talk about that because Adrian comes here. It's radioed that there's a person with a gun running towards the school. That person is witness one in their indictment, Melody Flores. Now, and I want you to talk about your experience as an officer. You've gotten that call. You see a person here running, right? That's what you're going to focus on. If you've just gotten a call that a shooter with a gun is running towards the school, right? Only person outside running. You would go to what you thought the threat was.
That's correct.
Right. So, shooter hiding here. Adrian goes by, speeding, going about 40 miles an hour on this dirt. Boom, he gets to here, where Melody Flores has now fallen down. It is when he gets out that he realizes he's not confronting the shooter, right? Now, that's a mistake, but it's a mistake that any law enforcement officer could make with those facts, having those facts at the time, right?
That's correct.
Okay, now, is that action or inaction, believing that you're driving to try to intercept a shooter, to believe that you're driving to do that, is that him taking action or inaction?
Action.
Action, right? Because you know, if you've got a car and he's got a rifle, if he turns around and he shoots you, right? Like that goes through the car, it could go through the windshield, it can kill you. We'd agree with that.
Yes, sir.
So it is not inaction to try and speed towards the person that what's been called out over the radio is a running person towards the school who has a gun and has just shot at people, right? That's an action. Okay. Now that action, where does it take him?
It takes him to the east side of the building.
Well, the south side.
Or southeast. Yeah.
Right, southeast. We know, and we've been talking about it, you know, that he's now on this side of the building going this way, right?
Yes, sir.
So his action, perhaps a mistake, but his action is now taking him, what you can see with the little people here, you can see his action is taking him pretty far away from where the shooter actually is.
Correct.
Okay.
This is a new witness. He was basically the evidence collector, but he also had to go back to the scene twice because they had missed some evidence or they found more evidence.
And now when these gunshots are going off as he's shooting the windows, bang, 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 those gunshots are echoing. They would be. I mean, the laws of echo don't suspend themselves. If he's shooting in a building, it'll echo off the building. We know that.
Yes, sir.
If there are other buildings around, echo fire is going to start coming around. So, because of his first action, thinking that he's confronting a shooter, he is now taking himself in a place that is more difficult to locate the shooter. Do you agree with that?
From the presentation, yes.
Right.
And he's a 7 1/8 hat
Thank you, Your
size.
Honor.
Oh, good Lord, is he?
Professor Goss's questioning, there was an issue about
Which cross are we? I think that was just the first cross. So now we're on redirect. Or the first redirect.
shell casings along this wall. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
As well as defects in windows along this wall. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Indication being shots are being fired into the wall.
Yes, that would be evidence that shots were being fired against the wall.
And the issue about echo would be then bouncing off the wall and being heard by the 3 officers that come to the ditch.
Correct.
And if there are additional shell casings here, would you expect that those shots are going toward the building, there to be defects in that building?
If there was defects consistent with where the shell casing were located, that would be correct.
And if there are shell casings here, but there are not defects in the building, would that indicate to you from that short distance that the shots are not going into the building?
That's correct.
Could be going directly at the officers,
That's correct.
which would not be an echo.
That's correct.
We'd have to ask the witnesses to look, actually eyewitnesses instead of hypotheticals, the eyewitnesses that inspected to see.
Do we not have access to those people? Is there a reason why we haven't heard from them? State, it's kind of like your case, so could we see or talk to any of those witnesses? Could we get away from hypothetical land and go directly to reality? He's acting like he has no agency, like I guess we could have witnesses. What is this trial?
See if there were defects in this building, correct?
Yes, sir. I wouldn't know if there was defects on that building.
And next you talked about communicating is where the location of somebody is part of the training.
Yes, sir.
So if you communicate, he's over there, he's wearing black, he's at the teacher's parking lot, that would be part of training.
That's correct.
And if you communicated, he's over there, he's in black, he's in the teacher's parking lot, that indicates you have that information.
That's correct.
So you've gone through the OODA loop, made your decision to communicate that information to others.
That's correct.
No matter where you got that information, either personally viewing or somebody told you, you made the decision it was accurate enough to talk to other police officers through the communication
Yes, sir.
system. And you were sharp enough to do what you were trained, communicate
Yes, sir.
information. That indicates no confusion, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
You're doing exactly as you've been trained. And in an active shooter situation, trained to communicate, but you're also trained to isolate,
Distract
distract,
and neutralize.
and neutralize. Correct?
That's correct.
Let's talk about what that means. What does isolate mean?
If you can basically, with fast response, if you can isolate the individual to a certain part of the building, or to even isolate them to outside the building and have the shooting outside, isolating from more potential victims, that would be an ideal situation. Distracting.
The idea of isolation is isolate from victims.
Isolate from victims, yes.
Get to them before they get.
Bush McFadden, the person on trial is Adrian Gonzalez. He was the resource officer for the high school that was located near the elementary school. Now, he has been charged with 29 counts of child neglect endangerment, based on the theory that he did not immediately neutralize the threat, therefore causing or allowing everything to happen. Now, we have found out today that not only did this officer, in fact, run toward the force multiplier, but actually attempted to confront the shooter in the hallway, and his partner or his fellow colleague got grazed in the side of the head. After getting kind of pulling back from getting shot at from the suspect, he then went and started evacuating other children while there was still active gunfire going from the shooter. This has been the most ridiculous case. We are all confused as to why we are here, because I guess I assumed when we started this trial that the gentleman on trial was going to be one of the asshats from the hallway. We were going to hear about his cowardice. We were going to be pissed off, and I was ready to throw away the key. But this officer did as much as he possibly could according to the facts that have been brought out. The state is using all of the heart-wrenching testimony, autopsy photos, things like that to really pull on the heartstrings, but they haven't been as specific as the defense has been, even on cross, to get really favorable information out for their client. There's no proof that Adrian Gonzalez is uniquely responsible for the bullshit that happened that day.
The victims.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And distract.
Just distracting them from going and getting to the victims, distracting them, maybe just making contact with them and distracting them. You're the distraction, and you encounter that subject, distracting them from the potential victims.
So if you make your presence known, it distracts his attention from the victims,
That's correct.
thereby saving lives.
Yes, sir.
And the final is neutralize.
Just neutralizing the individual, either in a shooting or getting them apprehended, just taking them out of the situation in general.
Wait, I have to share Rambo Seagal, the tactical thinker, the tactical dreamer. You know, JKD Buck, if I could pay you, but he actually looks like I don't know if it's Penn or Teller, but he looks like he needs a quiet man with curly blonde hair next to him, not talking, as he rants and raves. That is a really good question, Ronan, because we don't quite understand why this particular officer is being charged, other than the fact that this particular officer, being a resource officer, does mean that he can be held liable to a higher standard because of some education statute in Texas.
So during this period that Mr. Goss talked to you about, Adrian Gonzalez, if he was communicating to other officers where he was following his training.
Correct.
Do you have any indication that he isolated, distracted, or neutralized the gunman in this case?
It doesn't appear that like that.
That's his training too.
His training is definitely, the standards are set.
What about the 377 officers who had the same daggone training? The same daggone training and sat in a hallway until, someone else came in an hour and 7 minutes later, or 17 minutes later. Daggone.
To isolate, distract, and neutralize.
Isolate.
But Ranger Montalvo, one thing that you didn't know, that the jury knows from our opening statement, is that when Adrian communicated that, the shooter had gone into the building the second before. He wasn't even there. And see, and that's the thing, right? It's like, yeah, so you would assume that at the time he communicated is the time that he knew that this was happening. At the time that he got the information, and he's calling it out over the radio, which your training says. Officers should communicate the following information to responding units. Location of the threat, direction of travel, as well as any other known locations, any other descriptions.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Conditions, everything. Yes, sir.
Right. So, when he communicates, at that moment he communicates, it is a second after the shooter has already entered the building. Right? So, he does end up, and what the prosecution's presenting to you is if, I agree, he had this information and could have done something about it. But you would agree, if by the time he got the information, the shooter was already in the building, the only information that's good there is like the color of the clothes that he's wearing, right?
Yes, sir.
Because he's no longer in the parking lot.
That's correct.
And evidence can prove that, because we can time it to the second, what time Adrian called that out and what time the shooter entered the building.
Yes, sir. If that was the circumstances, if the timeline shows that,
Right.
that's correct.
Right, and so then now, you got another OODA loop, which is, and I kind of wanted to talk about this. Shots in the building, shots outside the building. That's something that is probably easier to tell if something's outside or something's inside or something's like down the hallway from where you are, even if you're outside and it's happening inside.
Possibly. Yes, sir.
Right, and so, and we're going to see from the officers, we're finally getting to that point, we're going to see from some of the officers.
I think that the sitting down was for the more emotional witnesses so they didn't feel crowded. And in order to not kind of draw attention to the witnesses that didn't or weren't comfortable with that close contact, I think that they just kind of made a rule that they could ask questions seated.
That were there, that the shots start happening inside, and Donald Page and Adrian Gonzalez from the south side, along with Coronado, will start running into the south side of the building, which is what you're trained to do.
That's correct.
Because now they're going, this guy's not like, he hasn't run around and gone off somewhere over here. They know he is inside the school, and if they do rush inside the school when that happens, that's what you're supposed to do.
That's correct.
Okay. Because it's like you're trained to isolate. So let's talk about isolate real quick. Just may I press the TV?
Yes.
So isolate means like, yeah, keep them outside if you can. And remember, just and make this assumption, because we've been talking about this. Adrian over here finally gets the information that he needs, what the guy's dressed in, and this is the teacher part. He's on the west side of the building, teacher parking lot. A second before that, this guy has like, whoop, just walked into this thing. Now, if this door is locked, does that make it easier for officers to isolate him outside?
That's correct.
Right, but it wasn't locked, he just walked right in. Okay. If the hallway doors are locked, because now, at this point, Donald Page is pulled up here. Adrian's gotten out from around here, the teachers run off this way. Adrian's gotten out from around here, him and Donald Page are here, they hear gunfire from inside the building, and they run in this south door. So what we've kind of seen is that this door kind of goes like this, and this hallway here, 111, 112 are here. This door goes like this, and they run in when they hear the gunfire inside. Okay, so as they run in and they go down the hall, they're not running down the hall because the hall is full of gun smoke, and they can't, and there's not a shooter in the hallway when they come in. But as they're making their way down the hall with their guns, trying to figure it out, doing all of this, right? You would agree that hearing gunfire inside of a building and running into that building towards the gunfire is action.
That's action, that's correct.
Right, okay. And it's potentially deadly action. And every officer who's doing that knows that they're now in a hallway with a guy with a rifle, and they have guns.
That's correct.
Handguns, right? And just because I know you know, officers will tend to wear Kevlar vests, which are rated for certain types of weapons, right?
Yes, sir.
So a regular Kevlar vest can stop a handgun round, but it can't stop a rifle.
Level 3 will stop a handgun round.
Right, so somebody shoots you in the vest with a rifle, it goes through the vest and into your body.
That's correct, if it's level 3 protection.
Right, now, to get to that rifle protection, you need to start having like hard plates that are put in there that, like steel, that can actually stop the round.
It's not steel, but it's additional armor to stop it. It'll make it level 4, and it's more of a Kevlar and then ceramic.
Right, and so if the officers, you know, because I guess some officers just go around with a level 4, is that?
Some officers on their auto carrier, if you see like more of a tactical officer and they have an auto carrier, it could be a level 4 protection.
Okay, but like you, let's say, you know, something happens and you go to put on your vest, what kind of protection do you get?
I put it on level 4.
You put on level 4. Do you know other rangers that put on level 3? Do you know other rangers or other law enforcement?
Our soft armor for the Rangers, I would assume that they would put on level 4 protection.
Okay, highway patrol guys that are just out on the highway?
That's level 3.
Level 3.
Yes, sir.
So those officers, if they're out on the highway making traffic stops, pulling people
Pistol
over,
only.
speeding, and then have to respond to something like this, they would be responding in their level 3.
If they had the time to put on the level 4, which they have it readily accessible, just throw on the level 4.
Okay, and so if they had a level 4, they could put on one. If they didn't have one, though, they're stuck with the level 3.
Yes, sir.
Right, okay, so with level 3 protection, and I'm just saying, it's not that they shouldn't go in, they should go in, I agree with you. He went in. So he went in, but even going in there, it's you know that like that dude comes in the hallway and shoots down that hallway. If you got level 3 on, he hits you anywhere center mass, that's gonna be a problem, right?
That's correct.
All right, but continue to advance down the hall. Now, you know not from the specific part you did, but from later finding out in the investigation, that the shooter used that alcove and came out and pointed a rifle the other way on 2 other officers that were coming this way and shot one of them in the head, or you didn't know that?
I know that one had a gunshot wound. Yes, he was shot, yes.
Right, and it was these guys coming here. So one of these guys coming here. So if somebody's in an alcove, the shooter's in an alcove and not presenting his body, these guys here can't shoot. These guys here may not have line of sight depending on where they are. But that rifle round going off in the hallway and an officer saying, you know, he got me, right? So you're hearing all of this. You would agree as an officer that's an emergency, crazy situation, right, that you're dealing with?
Yes.
Right. But you have the option of going, forget this, and running out the door. Or you can stay and continue to try to advance and continue to stay in the hallway to see what you can do.
Well, the alert standard is on the priority life is hostage, civilians is number 1.
Sure.
Police officers are number 2, and 3 is the suspects.
Absolutely.
So they're above us. The hostage and civilian are above law enforcement, where their life is more priority than ours.
As it should be.
As a standard.
That's right. And that's why I'm saying, Yeah, you would not expect to see a police officer run out here. You would expect him to continue to advance towards the gunfire.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Even when one of their officers have just been shot, continue to go towards the gunfire.
Yes, sir.
Not turn tail and run out the other way. Okay. Now, I want to talk about something about going in solo or not. So here's the distinction. If you have not figured out what the decision is yet, right? If you're sitting here solo and you know he's in here, I hear gunfire in here, I'm the only one out here, you know your training says run in.
Run in.
Run in, right. However, if you're sitting here and now people have started to come and you hear gunfire together, well, you're not going to say, well, no, I'm running in solo and you run in solo. Y'all start to actually, now let's come in together. If reinforcements have come, if you're back up or if other people have responded. You'd agree with that?
It depends how far, I mean, that's a big traverse field that you would have to traverse. If they're on the other side of the street and they're coming and you hear gunfire, you would hope that to go in and then just to isolate, distract.
Right. But you hear gunfire when they actually get there and pop out. Now, not the gunfire over here, right? Because the gunfire over here, we talked about by the time, and it's going to come out, and by the time that he communicates, he's on the west side of the building. He should be he's supposedly wearing black. The guy's gone into the building. So he's no longer over here. But what I'm saying is that it's a different thing to sit around and go, I'm not going to go until I have backup, versus like the guy is pulling up right there. And then he gets out and you're going, all right, here's the deal, and let's go. Like, let's get in, right?
Yes, sir.
Because none of this training tells you to be stupid. It doesn't tell you like, okay, you go in individually and then you go in after him individually so everybody can be like lone rangers trying to go down the hallway. If other people are present, you are trained to get into a team with those people to try to do what you're supposed to do.
That's correct.
Okay. Distract. Does it actually tell you in the alert training how to distract, or does it just say distract?
It just states distract.
Okay. Yeah, Nico was telling me, it's like saying a football player, go win the game, but not really telling them how to do it.
Legitimately, the advanced, expensive alert training is distract, but YOLO, like however you feel. How much did we pay for this alert training as taxpayers? Just asking for a friend. Because, I'd at least have glitter, tell a funny joke. At least explain what distraction level we should be using.
Right? It's just saying distract. And I guess in your mind, you're thinking of things that you could do to distract, but obviously you can't distract anybody if by the time you know where they are, they've already gone to another location that you don't know where they are. Do you see what I mean?
Yes, sir.
Because what I've noticed about your trainings, I've looked at your trainings, and I've looked at alert trainings, and I've looked at other active shooter trainings, and almost every example involves the officer knowing and seeing the shooter, or knowing where he is. Do you see what I mean?
Yes, sir.
It's focused on the officer actually knowing, like, I see a shooter, I see somebody walking into the school, he has a gun, go to the shooter. There's a shooter over here, he comes out into a hallway, go to the shooter. I know that the shooter is in that classroom, go to the shooter, right? It all is predicated on knowledge of where he is.
Yes, sir.
Because if you don't know where he is, you can't respond to a place you don't know where a person is. Do you agree with that?
That's correct. Unless there's a driving force.
Right, you can try to respond, but by the time he figures out he's on the west side of the building, let's say he runs around to the west side of the building, and cuts the pie, and goes around, and you have to approach tactically and slowly. You can't just run out willy-nilly, right? You have to have cover, you have to see, like, all right, is this guy about to take a shot at me? You would agree with that?
On when you're responding to a shooting, you want to isolate, distract, or neutralize the threat as fast as you can.
Thank you, Bad Duck. Yeah, I think this has been a good day for the defense, and their detailed questions have kept us from going into any terrible emotional testimony. But we still have about 30 minutes left, so they might attempt to do that. Mo is the conductor. I'll take a ride on that train, Juju. Thank you, Bad Duck. At least someone listens to me. My kids, it's hit or miss. Legitimately, like, brush your teeth. Why? Because I command you and I'm your boss as your mom.
Right.
Yes, you would love to slice the pie and do a threshold evaluation, but just, we need to try to get to the potential victims.
Well, sure, I agree, but you would,
Yeah, and there were 377 officers who waited an hour and 17 minutes. Where the hell is their dressing down for not, following the alert training?
be the victim if you're just like running willing, if the way you're distracting him is just running like out into his arms while he's got the rifle on you, that would be some sort of distraction. But do you understand distraction as, offer up, not approach tactically and then offer up your life to the guy as a distraction and tell.
Boosh, we are on day 5. We have yet to get to a specific reason why Adrian is responsible for this. And Bad Duck, I say worse unintentionally and don't realize it. Way to save that, Mo. Well, I try.
Somebody else comes. That's not how you understand distraction.
No, sir.
We understand distraction, and I know it sounds weird, but it's like, sometimes it feels like that's what's expected, and nobody's saying though that officers don't go towards danger. We all know
No,
that that's
yes,
the
sir.
role and that's the obligation that
Yes,
people
sir.
have. But you don't want to go towards danger where you're just, running out into a field and then somebody's just right there, because that's not smart. You would try to come around a corner.
Just came in. What is this? Witness on the stand. This is the Uvalde case. This is a case that is against Adrian Gonzalez. Adrian Gonzalez was the first school-affiliated officer. He was the resource officer for the high school, which is very close to this elementary school. Now, he is being charged with failing to act quickly enough to save the children that lost their lives at the Robb Elementary School Uvalde shooting. So we are in the state's case. This is, I believe, recross of this witness. The people that did the crime scene analysis seems to be a lot of individual Texas Rangers splitting up the very large crime scene into individual pieces. So a lot of the information that we've gotten about the case as far as shell casings and where certain evidence was found has been through these different Texas Rangers. So that's kind of where we are. The state has been putting on a case, kind of like they're putting on a case against the unaliver, where the defense is making really good points. And it came out today that not only did Adrian Gonzalez try to communicate the exact whereabouts that he was given and description of the gunman to other officers arriving on scene, but when he was able to get to the building and realize that shots were coming from inside the building, he and those other officers attempted to engage the shooter within, I think, the first 5 minutes or 3 minutes of the engagement. So we are all a bit confused as to why this officer is being charged, because after he was unable to get to the shooter because his colleague was grazed in the head with a bullet, he went on to evacuate other children along that side of the building under active fire, as the rest of the officers were hanging out in that hallway. Legitimately, we all kind of started out assuming that this particular officer was going to be one that we had kind of raged out and seen in the hallway, just standing around doing nothing. But it turns out that this officer not only rescued children and evacuated children under fire, rescued teachers, but he also came under fire from the suspect trying to neutralize the situation. Super T. So I have to ask, are the officers that are testifying supporting the defendant or blaming him? The state is doing something a bit shady. All of the officers that have been on to testify are officers that arrived after the fact. The Texas Rangers were called in because they have a bigger force and more resources than Uvalde. And this was an entire, basically, perimeter of a school that they had to do investigation. So all of these officers that have been presented are not officers that were there during the shooting. And most of the officers have not actually been in a live shooting situation. This is one of the few officers that said he's actually been under fire as an LEO. So it's been very strange what we haven't been told by the state. We haven't gotten access to what the dispatchers knew, what Adrian knew, where Adrian was beyond the defense giving a really clear outline. The state has really proved nothing other than he didn't, immediately take care of the shooter. Therefore, ipso facto, he's responsible.
You, the prosecution, agrees you need to be careful coming around the corner to try to make sure that the guy's not there, right? But let's go to.
Governor, that's just a rambling statement. He hadn't asked a question.
I'll sustain the objection.
To
Next question.
The rambling statement, yeah, I understand. I'll cut it up there. Thank you. I guess what I'm saying ultimately is that had Adrian gone around there at the time that he communicated, if all that lines up, where he communicates this is his location, but the guy's already gone in, then Adrian would just be now on the west side of the building while the shooter is inside, in the classrooms, shooting people. But now he's on the other side of the building, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But where he was put him on the south side of the building, which allowed them to come up the hallway. Some people coming this way, some people coming this way, right?
Yes,
so
sir.
if you have that situation, it does create a crossfire. You would agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And crossfire is you have friendlies, people who are other officers, or people who are on your side and not the bad guy. Other officers on the other side of you, so if everybody starts shooting at a guy in the middle of you two, or the two groups, then there's a risk that you shoot each other.
That's correct.
Right. However, in these situations, regardless of crossfire, you would take that shot, even if you knew that there were people right past him. The people that were past him were your own people.
Based on the standard of prior life.
Right. Because their lives in there are worth more than whoever's life is out there, even if it's the guy you've been a ranger with for 5 years or 10 years or whatever. Right?
According to the standard, yes, sir.
Right. And if they had that opportunity to do that, then they would have an opportunity to do that. But in this case, you would agree with me that when we talk about isolate, had the doors in 111 and 112 been locked, and it took him time to get in there, because he was shooting at the door, but there's gunshots through the door, but he doesn't shoot to disable the lock. And you know now that those doors were unlocked.
Yes, sir.
Right. But had they been locked, and he's doing this, trying to get in, you have two teams of officers that are coming in, and he wouldn't have gotten in the room.
That's correct.
Right. And they could isolate him out there in the hallway.
Yes, sir.
And he would be, and the shooter, this monster would be taking it from both sides, because these guys are going in and up the hallway, and he would be taking it from both sides of them trying to neutralize them.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Lawyer phrasing, but I'll allow it.
But because the doors weren't locked, he just went right in before they had time to come up, and now he's in the classroom with the kids, firing hundreds of rounds in 2 minutes, and I mean that's part of the situation that we're in, right?
Yes, sir.
So you can see that some of the circumstances of not locking these doors from either the outside and even the inside make it harder for officers to isolate, distract, and neutralize what they're trained to do.
Yes, sir.
I'll pass it.
Yes, sir. 4 quick areas. The first one is on communicating. Communicating the location of somebody.
Yes, sir.
The first incident would be if you heard where the person was. The first part of the communication, right?
Yes, sir.
You hear it from somebody else. The second communication would be to key up your radio and tell others where it is.
That's correct.
There could be a difference in time between hearing where somebody is and communicating where somebody is, correct?
Yes, sir.
But if you communicate where somebody is, that would be on radio dispatch. There would be timing. We would know when that happened, correct?
Correct.
And if you heard where somebody is, either the person who told you, or if you heard it, you could isolate the time that you heard it. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
And how much time was in between those two things would be based on witnesses and dispatch.
Yes, yes, sir.
So we would need to hear actual evidence as opposed to hypothesis, correct?
Correct.
As far as rifle protection, there was a rating of 3 and a rating of 4. If you have a rating of 3 and there's active shooter, what do you do?
It all depends on your situation. If you have a level 4 right next to you, you can put that on. But if level 3 is all you got, if 0 protection is all you got, you go in, right? There's some officers that are,
Then why did no one? And why are we charging one of the few that actually went in?
possibly could respond from their house on an active shooter, and they're not carrying any level 4, level 3 protection. Or just any responding officer, it's what you have at the time. You're not going to go home and get, your protection. You're just going to respond to isolate, distract, and neutralize.
And the training, I believe Mr. Goss said that he's looked at all the training, and the training is all about seeing the shooter. But you responded, well, no, driving forces.
Yes, sir.
So tell the jury what the training is about driving forces. What is a driving force?
So a driving force is gunshots that you hear, and that it's driving you to go and handle, neutralize that individual. On certain trainings on alert, you're clearing floors or structures, and there's nothing driving you, so it's slow, methodical, and then you hear a driving force, which is gunshots, and then at that point, it's not slow and methodical anymore. It's get to the gun, go to the gunshots, enter that room as fast as you can, and neutralize the.
So the training is not just about seeing the shooter. It's
No.
if you hear the shots, it drives you to the shooter.
There's definitely some scenarios in the alert training that you're clearing structures slowly, and then you hear a driving force, and you respond to that.
Just wanted to clear that up.
Yes, sir.
We talked briefly, we talked a little bit about some of the stressors and some of the things people go through when there's something like this, or especially an officer. Have you been trained on time compression?
Time compression?
Yes.
No, sir.
Okay. So, because what the prosecutor was asking is, when a witness says that something happened, but have you noticed in your own experience that auditory exclusion plus tunnel vision, and also time, your time kind of gets messed up because your adrenaline's so high that you think things happen in closer amount of time than they actually did happen, or further amount of time. Have you experienced that?
Yes,
as
sir.
well? Okay. So, and that's, so as far as when a witness, any witnesses or officers or anybody in a traumatic, stressful situation, your training tells you that what they believe is going on and happening may not be exactly what's going on and happening based upon how the human body reacts to those things and perceives what's happening to them under that kind of stress. You agree with that?
That's correct.
Okay. Right, so I think you were talking about the training. It's like in the training, you're kind of clearing a building, and then all of a sudden, boom, boom, gunshot, and you run towards the gunshot.
That's correct.
Right. But if you don't know where they're coming from, like if it sounds like it could be here or it could be there, and you don't know which way to run, that would complicate it.
you still move, at least go from slow and methodical to a more active, faster pace towards what you believe is gunfire.
Right, even if it's a complete opposite side of where the gunfire
I mean,
actually is.
possibly, yes.
Okay. And yeah, and then I guess, you had alert training, but not all officers get alert training, did you know that?
I think it's a standard now.
After this,
Yes, sir.
right, and so, yes, I mean, and so if something so horrible happens, and now of course, they're given that training, but, you know, training records before this happened, that would tell the story about what kind of training a person got.
Correct.
Okay. That's it.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Recall, anybody?
No.
No.
Thank you.
Okay, Ranger, the rule's been invoked, you know what that means. You're released from the subpoena, you're not subject to recall, but please don't talk about the case till you're aware that the trial's over with.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll go ahead and take your afternoon break, about 15 minutes. Would everyone rise for the jury?
No problem. Have a wonderful, wonderful day. But it looks like we are getting into possibly some emotional testimony because it looks like we're only getting the torso shot from this next witness.
Okay, be seated in the courtroom, please. Members of the jury, the witness has been sworn outside your presence. He is under oath, so you may proceed when you're ready.
Would you please tell us your name?
Jimmy Claverman.
And Mr. Claverman, what do you do for a living?
I'm retired.
And on May 24th, 2022, what did you do for a living?
I was employed by Uvalde CISD, and I was the electronics technician / security coordinator.
Would you tell us what an electronics technician / security coordinator is?
So what my job was to maintain the vast majority of low voltage electronics, anywhere from building automation controls, fire alarm systems, intercoms, and the security camera systems. And the / security coordinator part of that was also administrate the security systems and both security alarm systems and security surveillance systems.
Okay. Now, I think I want to drill down on the security video systems. What's the word or term you use for that, the videos?
That's going to be referring to the internal security surveillance system.
Surveillance, okay. And so, are you familiar with surveillance cameras that were at Rob's school?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell us what your familiarity is with those cameras and the placement of those cameras?
So my familiarity involves the type of system that it was at the time, and that was a on-premises based network video recording system. And there were only 4 security cameras directly attached to that system.
Could you tell us why there are 4 security cameras attached to that system?
So that was a campus that previously had not had any security cameras before in the past. We had a number of campuses that had not ever had any security cameras, so that campus, among a few others, were campuses that were approved for a security, safety and security grant. It wasn't a real big one, but enough to get some cameras, a system in place to get it started, and then potentially in the future add more.
So a grant authorized the expenditure of funds on security cameras?
Yes, sir.
But that was a limited grant.
Very limited.
So did you use your own expertise, or did you seek expertise from others as to the placement of those security cameras?
So originally, there was another gentleman that was working on that project, kind of outside of my knowledge. And once that was secured, as far as what campus we're going to get what, and even after it had been determined where the camera's going to be placed, it was then later dumped in my lap. Like, okay, hey, we spent this money, this is being installed at these locations. We need you to now finish up getting, people set up where they can, log in, principals, district police officers. So it kind of was dumped out on me at the very end,
You were the implementer,
in a manner of speaking.
but not the decision maker as to where the cameras went.
That is correct.
By that, I mean you put the cameras where you were told to put the cameras.
Well, I didn't even install them. And there was another company that was involved in that, if my memory serves me correct.
Was anyone in charge of anything in this entire damn district? I don't know. Someone did it. We didn't even have a choice where the cameras went. Giblets. I'm going to speed this up a little bit.
I believe that vendor name was Century Security. They were the ones that proposed what would be the best location for 4 360-degree fisheye IP cameras.
And tell us what a 360-degree fisheye camera is.
So that is a specialized camera that is designed to be ceiling mounted. It looks straight down, but it has a very wide view that is capable.
For certain witnesses, the judge has allowed them to not be shown on camera, and I guess the kind of compromise is to show their torsos. So we've been getting a lot of boob and chesticle shots.
Of seeing 360 degrees full time. And they call it a fisheye because when you see that camera in its native raw format, it looks like you're looking through a fisheye. That's why they call it a 360 fisheye.
So you can see to the left, the right, forward, and even behind.
Yes, sir.
And so it looks kind of distorted on the edges, is that correct?
Yes, yes, sir.
That's the nature of the system that it was purchased.
Yes, sir.
And is the camera system video only, or did it also capture audio?
That particular system also included audio on those 4 cameras.
And could you tell us the difference between a constant feed camera and an event feed camera?
So an event feed camera would be if you configure the software and everything accordingly, what would happen in that situation, it would require detection of motion or either a trip line event. You can create virtual trip lines, or in some cases you can even say, well, I want this to record if it recognizes what looks like a human being. That would also be event-based. The downside of that type of system is that it requires the system to recognize one of those types of events to record, and then it's a predetermined amount of time of how long it will record versus what was the other that you said?
Event camera and a constant feed camera.
So versus a constant feed is continuous recording, 365, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. The advantage of that is if something very subtle happens and you need to go back and replay it, you have a better chance of recovering or seeing that event versus maybe it was missed because the system didn't recognize a certain event.
Okay.
But the downside of that is you only have so much space. You can only maintain so many days of recording before the hard drives fill out.
So you have to access it. If something important happens, you need to get to it fairly quickly.
Yes, sir.
But that was not a problem in this case, is that correct?
That is correct.
And finally, we've all seen those camera systems where there's somebody sitting in front of the monitors, monitoring the cameras 24/7. Was that going on May 24th, 2022?
So normally, we had not reached a point in safety and security where we had a designated team that's just all they do. Not like what we have now. When I became aware that something was happening, I pulled it up.
Okay.
My thought process was maybe I might see someone that they're looking for, but I see them on the camera and I could potentially report it.
Okay. And I'll get to that day in just a minute. I just wanted to finish that up. But, so I guess you had cameras throughout the school district,
Yes, sir.
but not one person or number of people was surveilling all of those cameras for all of those campuses.
Correct. Yes, sir.
It was more designed to capture events and go back and retrieve.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And as to the timing on the camera, was the timing in that camera accurate as to actual time, or real time, I think is the word that's been used?
We had determined that there was a 7-minute and 10-second offset, so there was a need for the real time to be displayed so that it would correct that factor.
So there was 7 minutes difference between what the camera is telling you the time is and what the actual or the real time was?
Yes, sir.
May I approach you?
Yes, sir.
And we had marked this as State's Exhibit A. We previously showed it to the defense. May I approach the witness with defense?
Yeah, no objection. We have no objection to the motion.
Good. You may approach. It's admitted for demonstrative purposes.
Thank you. Looking at State's Exhibit A, do you see Rob School down in the, guess which way you're facing? I have to call it the right, lower right-hand area.
I see Rob School right here.
Okay. And is this the 4th grade wing then, for Rob School? Or are you familiar with what grade?
I've never been able to keep track of wings and grades.
That's fair enough. Could you say, you told us that there were actually 4 cameras in place?
Yes, sir.
On this day? And are those 4 cameras marked on this State's Exhibit A? In the red numerals?
Yes, sir, I do see 4 cameras, yes. And that does look correct.
So Exhibit 2, is that inside a building? That camera's inside the building?
Yes, I was at an intersecting hallway.
And
See,
Exhibit 1, is it also inside a building?
my memory is not clear on that one. I
Okay.
do not remember.
Either just inside or outside?
May have been just right outside, may have been inside, I'm
Okay.
not clear on that
And
one.
number 4, is it in a breezeway?
Yes, sir, it is, mounted directly under the canopy.
Under a canopy?
There's a walkway canopy that runs all the way down here. So there was one mounted, I believe that is correct there and there.
Okay. And so underneath the canopy, that's open air, but it has a roof to keep the rain off people if they're using that, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So we have cameras 1, 2, 3, 4. We have an event at the south end of Robb Elementary. Were there any cameras there?
No, sir,
Okay, and that's not by design, that's just where they ended up.
just how it ended up.
Thank you. And now I'll take just a moment. I know this is very unpleasant, so I'm going to go quickly. Fair enough? On May 24th, were you attending the business around 11:30 hour?
I had initially, at the start of my day, I had called in sick. And then later, as the day progressed, I started feeling better and decided to go ahead and put in half a day. And I decided before I would return to work that I would take care of a personal matter, you know, get a vehicle inspected and then go to work.
And did anything interrupt that?
Yes, sir.
Would you tell us what that was?
I remember I had made it to the inspection station on the west side of town, past the police department. And initially, I met and had to yield right away to several emergency vehicles departing from the police department. And my first initial thought was maybe another bailout. We had been having a lot of those at the time. So I continued on to the inspection station, and once I arrived there, one of my radios that I usually would carry to work with me, I had with me, but I had not turned it on yet. And I still kept hearing all the sirens, and just, this is just way more than another bailout. So I turned my radio on subsequent to that, and then I realized that we had a serious problem.
And just to shorten this, from there, did you go to your office and watch the events as they unfolded on Channel 2 of Uvalde Elementary?
Yes, sir, I did.
And were the cameras working appropriately at that time,
Yes, sir.
recording the events?
Yes, sir.
And was that video recovered by law enforcement?
Yes, sir, it was.
When was that?
It was fairly quickly after the breach, and everything had been neutral, you know, towards the end of it. Then they started calling for certain district personnel to arrive to the campus. That was Kenneth Miller was one of the ones requested to respond directly to the campus. And then fairly quickly after law enforcement met with him, they inquired from him who is the point of contact for the video surveillance systems for the school district. He informed them that was me, so they immediately requested my presence. So I had to make the location. They kept me at the FBI, one of their incident command vehicles. And then a little while later, they met with me and then asked me all the technical details of the system. And then immediately afterwards, came back to my office, located on North Getty, which is just right adjacent to the central office. And they oversaw the whole process
That process, what are you saying?
of transferring through the network to their provided storage media. So straight off the network video recorder directly into their storage media, which that process took till about 3 in the morning to complete and verify the integrity of it.
And you transferred the actual video, the accuracy of which you observed that day to law enforcement without making any changes in it?
Yes, sir.
Before being transferred?
Judge, if don't have any objection to videos, we'll stipulate to this.
We'll pass the witness in.
All right, that's.
Okay, we have a number.
I was going to offer it after they were through, but we can do it now. I would say up to exhibits 14 and 15, exhibit 14 being the hallway video, exhibit 15 being channel 4.
Yeah, they've indicated they have no objections, so they'll be admitted.
Mr. President, my name is Jason Ross. I just want to say sorry to you and everybody involved went through this, family and everybody. And so I appreciate that you got the video, and you did what you had to do to document the evidence and what that long video is.
No further questions?
All right, see, excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you've been excused, not subject to recall. That means you're released from the subpoena, but the rule was invoked, and I'd like for you not to talk about the case until you hear the trial's over with.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Next witness.
At this time, we've asked to play the hallway video. We only have that for the first 15 minutes. We did not do the whole hour, 15 minutes. I think the relevant portion will cover or 10, 15 minutes.
Yes, sir.
We just asked the court to put one, it's extremely distressing, especially the first couple minutes, but it's got rich and big.
Yeah, well, once again, ladies and gentlemen, graphic video, it's going to be difficult to watch, so anybody who wants to step out is welcome to do so, but it's in evidence, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
United County 911. Yes, there was just an accident right there behind Rob's school. Behind Rob, they ran into the ditch. What county did was a pickup. It's one truck, it's a pickup truck. It's a pickup truck, ma'am. I tried to come move. Oh my God, they're running, I don't know why. Right now, being around to 715 Oak Green Road, have a one vehicle accident, white pickup truck crashed in the ditch. Now, hello? Okay, now how many people running? 3 people running? Hello, ma'am? Okay, now what's your name? Amy? Okay. Miss Amy, how many shots were fired? Okay, ma'am, keep on campus. Okay, please don't help. Miss Amy, can you give a description of the man with the gun? Okay, can you remember what he said?
Sorry, guys, I forgot I had sped it up. So I'll go back to normal speed.
He came on campus like. Okay, that's it. Can you remember what he was wearing when you saw him exit the vehicle?
Texan, I don't know. That's why I'm trying to figure out if this is the woman who was trying to let one of the coaches in and saw him. I don't know who we're getting the 911 call. I thought this was the video from inside the school, so I thought maybe it was one of the teachers calling. I I guess I'm a bit confused. It did sound like she was in a car, so I don't know because I thought we were basically listening to the audio inside the school, but maybe this is a completely different tape. You know, this might be information and call from Melody Flores. I don't know.
Where was he running towards? You said he ran into the school? Okay, ma'am. Are you going to be away from the building?
Guys, protect yourselves. Protect yourselves. This is one of the teachers. We are listening inside the school. Do take breaks. If you need to wait for me to break it down, I might need to wait for my breakdown until tomorrow morning, depending on how gnarly this gets. But do protect yourselves, okay?
Okay, now where are you going to Okay, now. Okay, Mama, do you have units already pulled up? Okay, now can you tell? Units are already pulled.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'd just like the record to reflect 11:33 on the timer of the behavior at that point.
All right.
Yes, Your Honor, I think it's the entrance of the shooter. We'd also like the record to reflect the regular traffic that's going on the second after the shooter.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, record will still reflect. You may proceed.
Can you see me now? Okay, so you can't see him anymore? Oh, I can't. Okay, now he went inside the building? Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am, we do have the officers on scene, okay?
Stinger Bell, they did find, and look, I am not a firearms expert. They did find a Hellfire clip that made basically like a bump stock. The suspect was able to fire more quickly than he would have been able to without this little doodad. I'm sure that Bronca or other people can explain what it is. I'm not a force multiplier expert, but you will hear shots being fired much quicker than you would think.
That's what we have for this time, Your Honor.
Okay. Next witness?
Arnulfo Reyes.
I absolutely swear to all that is holy and unholy, if they bring up a parent, y'all, I will not be doing my breakdown tonight. I am going to just have to take a break. 'Cause I can't with the parents, and it's not out of disrespect. God, I don't even know how they have the strength to go to court every day, and I am so impressed with the grace that they've all shown by, keeping composed and, knowing their limits. But I swear to goodness, if the state uses another parent, I'm going to lose my GD mind. And I did notice Adrian wiping his eyes a couple times, but he's been absolutely respectful too. Trying to remain stoic, trying not to, make it about him, and being very discreet when you know that something's bothering him. He does show a bit of emotion, but he's been very restrained and very respectful and dignified about it.
Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear the evidence of this testimony given this cause will be the truth, so help you God. You Lower your hand, and witness stands right over here, sir. Just have a seat, make yourself comfortable. Adjust the microphone. Speak up, sir. Everyone can hear you, please.
Would you tell us your name?
My name is Arnulfo Reyes.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I was a teacher.
You were a teacher?
Yes.
Are you now?
No.
And when was the last day that you taught?
May 24th of 2022.
And where did you teach?
At Robb Elementary.
And is that in Uvalde, Uvalde County, Texas?
Yes, sir.
Who did you teach? In general terms, what grade level?
It was a self-contained fourth grade classroom.
A self-contained fourth grade classroom? What does that mean?
That means that I taught all subjects, math, reading, social studies, science.
You taught all of the
All
classes?
subjects, yes.
Okay. And what age group did you teach?
Throughout my whole career, or just,
Just this year, May 24, 2020?
it was fourth grade.
And how old are those youngsters?
They're 9 at the beginning of the year, and then some turned 10.
Okay. How long had you been a teacher before this day?
17 years.
Okay. And was your room was what number?
Room 111.
And was it adjoined in another room?
Yes, it was joined to another room, yes.
And what room did it adjoin?
Again, deep breaths. This is the teacher from room 111, where a lot of the children tragically lost their lives. Again, screw you, state, for ending up on this.
112.
And were there teachers in that room also?
Yes.
And who were those teachers?
Those teachers were Irma Garcia and Eva Mireles.
Okay. Can you tell us how that day started, May 24, 2022?
It started like any other day. I mean, just a normal day, like to go to school, yeah.
Okay. And did y'all have award ceremonies before the day was over?
Yes, we had a award ceremony that was supposed to take place at 10:30 around there. We were just waiting for them to call us to the...
I believe so. I'm noticing a scar, but that could be from something else.
Cafeteria.
So the cafeteria is where the award ceremony took place?
Yes.
And what is award ceremony?
Award ceremony is like when kids get awards for special things that they can do and achieve, and so we just give them awards for the special things.
And did the parents attend the award ceremony?
Yes, they're invited to go, yes.
Okay. And how big was your class that day?
That day, my class was about, I want to say 14 or 15.
Around 14?
Yeah, 14.
And after award ceremony, did any of the kids leave?
Yes.
And how many kids left?
I believe there was 3 kids that left that day.
And so after award ceremony, then what happened?
After the award ceremony, we headed back to our classroom.
And that was at Robb Elementary School?
Yes.
Room 111?
Yes.
In the fourth grade wing?
Yes.
Did you get back to your classroom?
Yes.
And what happened next?
After we got back to the classroom, we resumed doing what we were doing before we went to the ceremony. And so everybody went back to their spots, and we just resumed what we were doing.
Okay. When you say they went back to your spots, could you tell us how your classroom was configured?
Well, we were watching a movie, so like most of the desks were gathered together, kind of in the, I would say in the middle of the classroom. And they were, the kids were on the other side of that, and they were watching the movie on the big TV that we have.
And were the lights on or off because of the movie?
They were off.
They were off?
Yes.
And what were you doing during this time?
I was behind my desk and entering grades into the computer, and doing things that need to be done before the year's over.
And where was your desk in the room?
It was in a corner. It's in a corner by a long table.
By long tables?
Yeah.
Okay. We've seen photographs of room 111. Was it the corner where the doorway was? The entry to the doorway?
Yes, on that same side of the door.
And was it close to the closet?
No,
Where
no.
was it from the closet?
Diagonally across from.
Diagonal across to the opposite corner.
Yes.
That's where your desk was?
Yes.
And that's where you were sitting?
Yes.
And then what happened?
We were there, I was doing my thing and the kids were watching the movie, and I heard a noise, but it was kind of far, but it was still loud. And
Did
then,
you recognize the noise?
no, I didn't. I assumed that it sounded like books when you bang them on the floor. And that's what it sounded like, but it was kind of far.
And how many times did you hear that sound?
I would say maybe like 5, 6 times or around there. And as I heard it, it kept on getting closer and closer, but it still seemed distant anyways, but yeah.
And did it ring a bell to you as to what that may be?
No. Mm-mm.
So then what happened?
So then, I kept on going and doing my thing, and the kids kept on doing their thing, and it was quiet. And then, as we were there, they started again, the loud sounds and more constant, and they were just very close now.
Very close, what do you mean?
Like really loud, really closer. They sounded closer to where we were at.
And did that change your mind about it being books?
Yeah, it took me a while to process that, just because it did change my mind of that it was not books, but I didn't know what it was still anyway, yeah.
Okay. So then what happened?
The sounds got louder, like I said, and I was still sitting there behind my desk and trying to comprehend what was going on. And then, for some reason, I looked at the wall that's across from me, which would be facing room 112. And then there was just a lot more. And then I saw like pieces of the wall, or some objects falling. Not too sure if it was sheetrock or what it was, but something was falling off the wall. And at that same time, I had a student come and ask me, what's going on?
And what did you say?
And I told her, I said, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. And then I told my kids to go ahead and get under the table where we've always practiced to go when we're on lockdown.
Okay, tell me about lockdown. What is lockdown?
Lockdown is when we turn the lights off in the room and make sure that the door's locked and hide out of the view of anybody.
And is there a specific place that the children are told to hide?
Yes, we have a long table that would be like on this side, and so they would hide under that long table.
And had y'all trained on that?
Yes.
And here's the problem with them constantly using that long table. Because the shooter that went inside room 112 and 111 had his homeroom in room 112, he knew exactly where they were trained to go in this scenario. I don't know if this hadn't been his homeroom, if he hadn't been aware of it, the count would have been so high. But it's definitely something that increased the lethality of this particular suspect, in my opinion.
Always.
And so when you told the children it was a lockdown hide, what did they do?
They all went under that table.
And was this loud banging going on at that time?
Yes. So when the students were going under the table, and I got off from my desk area and was going around to hide from view, that is when I looked at my door, and that's where I saw him.
What did you see?
A black shadow.
And what was the black shadow doing?
The black shadow was holding a gun, and I know that he was holding a gun because I just saw the fire come out of the gun.
And were you sitting or standing at the time?
Standing.
And what did you do?
Well, he shot at me. He hit me in my arm.
Can you show us where he hit you?
He hit right here.
Okay.
So he hit me on my arm, and that's when I fell to the ground. And then after I fell to the ground, he came around and he shot the kids.
I don't know if you pray, but please keep this teacher in your heart. I can't imagine what it would be like to watch children I had invested in, cared for an entire year die in front of me. And again, he doesn't need to be testifying to this. He doesn't.
How close was he to you when that happened?
He was very close. I was on the other side of my kidney table, and he was probably behind.
Okay, so basically, if you think of the classrooms, 111 and 112, if you think of them as Jack and Jill rooms with kind of a connecting door in the middle, almost like if you go to a hotel and there's that extra door, connecting door, that's basically what they have between 111 and 112.
The kidney table.
And so it was one of the first things he did after shooting you was to shoot your kids.
Yes, sir.
And about how many shots did you hear go off?
Just a lot. I couldn't tell you how many, but just a lot.
Did the shadow with the gun stay in room 111 the entire time?
I'm not sure if it was the whole time, but what I do remember was a lot of the coughing that he was doing and the footsteps. So I heard a lot of it.
Did you ever hear him leave room 111?
No, sir. The only time that I would say is when that he walked to the other classroom would be when I heard one of the students say, "Officers, come in here. We're here."
Excuse me?
When he went to the other classroom was when a student from that classroom said, "Officer, come in here. We're in here." And then I heard walks over there, and then I heard more shooting.
And did you hear that voice again?
No.
Why are we doing this? This is I will be doing my breakdown in the morning, you guys. Uh, I hate this prosecution.
Is your timing accurate in your mind based on these events?
I would assume that it's correct.
Okay.
Hmm.
At some point, did you say that it was, your timing was kind of jumbled up?
Well, I mean, I didn't have a concept of time, like actual time, but what did seem like 30 minutes or, I mean, what I felt was about 30 minutes.
Okay. Did the gunman approach you anymore?
He did approach me again, that's when he came and he tried to taunt me. He got some of my blood and splashed it on my face. And then he also
Howdy. This is just gratuitous. It's so crass. This man's suffering shouldn't be for a performance. This man no longer teaches. This man was at point blank range when he saw innocent children unalived. Why are we using this man's pain like this? This is so grotesque.
And what were you doing when he splashed the blood on your face?
I was on the ground, hurt, yeah.
Were your eyes open or closed?
I closed them
And why did you close your eyes?
because I wanted him to think that I was dead.
And did you have a time that you could talk to your children about what they should do?
Just at the beginning, I had told them to close their eyes because I didn't want them to see if something bad was going to happen.
And so as your eyes were closed and you were being taunted, did anything happen at that time?
No, not that I recall. My phone was ringing on my back. Mm-hmm.
The injury to your arm, was that the only injury that you received?
No.
Okay. Tell us about that. How did that happen?
This one or the other one?
The other.
The other injury?
Have you told us about the arm injury? Is there anything else about that I needed to ask?
I don't think so. I mean, this happened at the beginning, but when he came back and after he taunted me and did all of that stuff, later on he did come back and he shot me on the back.
He shot you in the back?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And am I correct, you're not sure how long all this took place?
I'm not sure how long. I just know it felt like forever.
And how did you finally leave room 111?
I was dragged out.
Okay. Were you then alert when the breach happened, when the police officers came in?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
So when, as I was laying there, I heard like the door open, and then I heard little clanging of the desks, the metal. And that's when I told myself, they're coming in, anything can happen. And pretty much prayed, and I just, I gave myself to the Lord and just closed my eyes real tight and just waited for everything to be over.
And what did you hear?
Well, after the clanging of the desks, I just heard gunfire, just a lot of it.
And after the gunfire, what happened next?
What I assumed was a border patrol, because I think I read it somewhere on his clothing. He had said, "Get up if you can get up, or talk if you can talk." And that's when I spoke and I said, "I'm here. I'm alive."
And after you spoke and said you're here, you're alive, what happened?
He turned me over on my back, and he got me from the pant leg of my pants, and he dragged me out of my classroom.
And where did you go?
I ended up in the hallway, like next to the kids' bathroom, and that's where I was with the first EMT that started a tourniquet on me.
So all the way down that, to the north T section and then toward the east door?
Yes.
That's where they worked on you?
Yes.
And did any of your children in room 111 survive this attack?
No, sir.
And in room 112, are you familiar with those children also?
Some of them, yes. Hmm.
And have you kept a picture of them on your fence outside your home since then?
Yes, sir.
And did we ask you if you could identify each of these children so we could have a name attached to each of the paragraphs in the indictment?
Yes.
This is ridiculous. I hate this prosecutor. Again, we all know that these precious babies died. This teacher knows more than most. He doesn't need to point them out on a picture.
And are you able to?
Yes.
And I'll ask you now just one time as to each of these children, were they alive and well on the morning of May 24, 2022?
Yes, sir.
The state offers State's Exhibit 884 through 914.
This is not what I was expecting from the state when I first went into this trial. This is sadly what I've come to expect from the state during this trial. Yeah, I can imagine the guilt that this man lives with every single day. Gail, probably because the defense realizes that this is gross, and don't interrupt your opponent when they're screwing up their entire case.
Okay.
It's admitted, you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Starting with Exhibit 884, and if I'll ask you to tell us if these children were in your room or in room 112, and whether or not they survived. Okay?
Okay.
Starting with Exhibit 884, do you recognize that person?
Yes, I do.
Who is that?
That's Josiah Garcia.
And whose class was he in?
He was in my class.
Did he survive?
No.
885,
Rogelio Torres, he was in my classroom,
did he survive?
and he did not survive.
I'm going to ask you about each one, so if you just say that, if not. State's Exhibit 886,
Alicia Ramirez, and she was in room 112. She did not survive.
State's Exhibit 887,
Neve Bravo, she was in my classroom, and she did not survive.
State's Exhibit 888,
Miranda Mathis, and she was in the next classroom, and she did not survive.
State's Exhibit 889,
Eliana Torres, and she was in my classroom, and she did not survive.
890,
Leila Salazar, she was in my classroom, and she did not survive.
891,
Annabelle Rodriguez, she was in my classroom, and she did not survive.
892,
Jace Luevanos, he was in my classroom, and he did not survive.
893.
Eliana Garcia, and she was in room 112. She did not survive.
Exhibit 894.
Tess Mata, and she would in the next classroom, and she did not survive.
895.
Maite Rodriguez, she was in the next classroom, and she did not survive.
896.
Jayla Silguero, she was in the next classroom, and she did not survive.
897.
Amory Jo Garza, she was in the next classroom, and she did not survive.
898.
McKenna Elrod, she was in the next classroom, and she did not survive.
900.
Alexandria Rubio, she was in my classroom, and she did not survive.
902.
Jacqueline Cáceres, she was in my classroom, and she did not survive.
903.
Jose Flores, he was in my classroom, and he did not survive.
904.
Xavier Lopez, he was in my classroom, and he did not survive.
'Now I'd like to move to Exhibit 905.
Prosecutor, the only reason that I watched that is because this, out of respect for those children, but how dare you? You have done a piss poor case. You are 6 days in, and you have yet to isolate this officer as being responsible. In fact, it's come to light that this officer actually engaged the monster. So you're using these children to try to score points on a man, one of the few men who actually went in and tried to engage. And you're using the bravery and grace and altogether, emotional strength that this teacher is able to pull together to say all of these kids' names and honor them. And that is why I continue to play that, because I honored that teacher's memory and his, actual trauma and pain by respecting his courage and his grace to get up there and talk about everything he lost right in front of his eyes. But this is so disrespectful.
AJ Martinez, he was in the next classroom, and he's a survivor.
And Stakes Exhibit 906.
Gilberto Mata, he was in the next classroom, and he's a survivor.
Exhibit 907.
Jordan Olivares was in the next classroom, and he's a survivor.
Exhibit 908.
Kendall Olivares, she was in the next room, and she's a survivor.
909.
Maya Zamora, she was in the next classroom, and she's a survivor.
Anima Rampier, actually, Adrian Garcia is being charged under a special statute in the state of Texas. The duty to, or the no obligation to respond is only for adults. You have a duty to respond to children.
910.
Mia Cerrillo, she was in the next classroom, and she's a survivor.
911.
Noah Orona, he was in the next classroom, and he's a survivor.
912.
Samuel Salinas, he was in the next classroom, and he's a survivor.
913.
Jaden Carizales, in the next classroom, and he was a survivor.
And 914.
Chloe Menendez, the next classroom, and she's a survivor.
And when you say next classroom, in each of those situations, were you speaking of classroom 112?
Yes, sir. Room 112, yes.
Please.
Mr. Perez, my name is Nico Goodwood. I'm one of the lawyers that represents Adrian Gonzalez.
Mm-hmm.
You've never testified before?
No.
You've interviewed before but not testified, right?
Yes.
Well, I'm going to ask you questions, and there's no guideline on how to ask questions about pure evil, but I'm going to try, okay? And it's not evil that you committed, and it's not evil that Adrian committed, but I have to ask you questions about that incident, okay? And so if you need to stop me or we go as slow as you want to, but I need your permission because I have to ask you specific questions, okay?
Okay.
I mean, the jury's already given us permission, but I want to be respectful to you too, okay?
Yes.
Okay.
I absolutely love the way the defense has approached this because he knows he's going to have to ask questions about the locked door. And I have been very impressed with how the defense has handled these incredibly emotional witnesses.
We're gonna kind of compartmentalize it. I know the government went over what happened that day and broke it down. And we've all seen the heart-wrenching video. I want to start with lockdowns, like what lockdowns meant to you, to the school, to your community. You would agree that lockdowns were usually tied to bailouts, right?
Yes.
And the jury's heard about it, but you're an individual witness, and so bailouts dealt with someone who allegedly was here illegally and they're trying to evade capture of police, and they will bail out, that's where the term comes from, their vehicle, to get away from police.
Yes.
You would agree that the lockdowns in your community were not focused on active shooters?
They weren't focused on
Yeah,
shooters?
the lockdowns were mainly correlated to bailouts, not active shooters, is my point.
No, I think it applies to all. Like, it applies to bailouts and active shooters.
The training does, yes, sir. But I'm
Yes.
just talking about the perception in the community it's associated to bailouts, is my point.
I would say so, yes. Mhm.
And so the lockdown rules, I believe you testified, and this is how you were trained, lights off, get under the table and hide, right?
Yes.
But there's another critical point of the protocol, right? Of the lockdown?
Yes. To make sure that we're out of view and make sure that the doors are locked.
Yeah, and that's the part I wanted to focus on.
Okay.
Because the safety aspect of a lockdown procedure is the locks on the door, right?
Yes.
The other part of the lockdown procedure is to hopefully not be noticed by, if there was an active shooter, they're looking around, and if someone is hidden and in a corner and lights are off, they may think that no one's in there and they'll keep going.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So there's one aspect of it is not being seen. The other aspect of it, which is the locks, is to try to deter or stop a shooter from entering a room.
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Mm-hmm.
And the school had rules on locks, correct?
Yes.
And the rule was that the doors were to be locked at all times.
Yes.
I mean, and the rule was no exceptions. Okay?
Yes.
But there was a culture in the school where, and because of resources, that there weren't enough keys to go around to substitute teachers, that there was a magnet system used at the school, right?
That depended on the teacher, I guess, yeah.
But it was known, right? It was known that magnets were used to wedge in between the door and the frame so it would not click, and then someone wouldn't have to get up every time to open the door with a key, right?
Yes.
And this is not your decision, but it's not like other schools that have like a key fob where they can just click it and then put it back in easy access, and it can lock easily as well, right?
Yes.
Teachers actually had a key.
Yes.
And so it wasn't an official system supported by the administration, but it was a system that many teachers used, that magnet system, right?
I've seen it not only in our district, but I've seen it in other districts as well.
Yes, sir. And then that's what I mean. This was more of a culture of the whole school district, that for whatever reason these magnets were used, right?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that the administration discouraged them but did not ban them?
I would would say so.
I mean, there wasn't a feeling that said if you use a magnet system, you're gonna be fired. It wasn't like that from the
No,
administration.
no.
So the administration kind of, and I don't, if you don't agree, then don't agree with me, but kind of look the other way, don't use the magnet system, but knew that people were using the magnet system. Is that a fair overall statement?
I mean, I would assume that she knew. I mean,
Well, you're talking about Ms. Gutierrez, the principal, but I'm just talking about the whole district, right?
yeah, I guess, yeah.
And the defense has been really careful to kind of spread this as a district-wide issue. And you can tell he's being very careful with how he's answering the question or asking the questions to not blame this teacher, to make it more of a district thing and just matter of fact that this was a way that the school was handling this. Now, this teacher is saying that the entire district used it, but not only their district, but other schools in other districts also were defeating their locks. Now, I don't know if that's true, but it could be something to say that, hey, we're not the only school system that does this.
Because your words were the magnets were used in other schools that you know of, right? Correct?
Yes,
And then also, not only, those are for the indoor locks, but the external locks, the external doors were supposed to be locked at all times, correct?
yes,
And you know now that the external door was not locked, right?
yes, now I know.
But the east door was always left unlocked, correct? The one near the library?
Yes,
And the reason why is because kids would go so much that they just left that one, that was knowingly left unlocked.
I think they were left open due to rotations, going to PE, going to computer lab, going to other places, yes.
And if I can direct your attention back to your room, you had a front door to 111, but then there was also a door in between you and 112.
Yes,
And both those doors had the ability to be locked, right?
yes.
And do you know now that both doors were not locked?
No.
No, you don't know, or no, they weren't locked?
I didn't know that they were both unlocked.
And I'm not being disrespectful, okay? Whose responsibility is it in room 111 to make sure those doors are locked?
That would be my responsibility.
And so, and the reason why you had left doors unlocked in the past is because your room had printers in them, correct?
I had what we call like a community printer.
Yes, sir.
And not necessarily leave the door unlocked. Sometimes it just didn't latch.
Well, that's a different issue, right? So
Yeah.
there's we'll talk about the latching issue in a second, and you reporting that to the school, but on the community printer, there was actually, people would come into your classroom 2 to 3 times a day, you've said before,
Mhm.
and would use the printer, and so you would leave it unlocked at times.
Yes,
But at times you had a student, I think it was Rogelio, that
Yes.
you had appointed, so whenever you did leave it unlocked, he would get up to open the door for the printing and when someone needed to come in.
yes,
But at other times you would leave it unlocked, just because it was a distraction, I think, an inconvenience, I believe you said in the past?
yeah. It was sometimes an inconvenience, but I mean, I wouldn't leave it open all the time. Unlocked all the time. I mean,
I understand. But on this day, the doors between 111 and 112 were unlocked, right?
I believe that one was unlocked just because Miss Mireles, who was the special ed teacher on that side, she always came in through there to get something printed. So yeah.
But the rule still said that the doors had to be locked, right?
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
And I think that the defense is doing this the right way. He's not being accusatory. He's like, look, I don't want to have to ask you these questions, but were the doors supposed to be locked? And this is one of the best cross-examinations of a very emotionally charged witnesses that I've seen. He's being very gentle, but he is getting information out of him that is good for Adrian without blaming this teacher. Again, if a system isn't fit for purpose, if it works better if you ignore it, then it's not a security system. If the teachers can't use or facilitate the use of the security system in ease of their day and to the point that they ignore it, then it's not a good security system.
And you had, earlier that day, you had exited your door to cross to room 105 to see if the teacher in 105 wanted to order something because it was a kind of a relaxed day, you guys were ordering food.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And so at some point, we can play later for the jury, but you've seen that you leave your classroom from 111 and you cross the hall to 105, and then at some point you come back to your room.
Yes.
And have you seen the video of you doing that?
Yes.
And did you recognize that it looked like the door, just you opened it right away, it wasn't locked?
No, I mean, not that I opened it right away.
Okay. But you don't recall using your key, and you couldn't say whether you had locked the door or not, right?
The only reason that I know that I don't know for sure if I locked my door or not was because I still had my keys on my arm when I ended up in the hospital and all that. So if I still had my key here, why would I have it here if I didn't lock the door? That's what
Is in your mind.
is in my mind, yes.
Are you aware now, today, that the Rangers came to a conclusion that the door was not locked?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so that was a factual, objective determination that an independent investigator made, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I do want to talk about the malfunctioning, because your door, although it was able to be locked, sometimes the catch would get stuck in the door, right?
Yes.
And you'd have to kind of either shake it or jimmy it, and then it would click when you would shut the door.
Yes.
You had reported it, you claimed and I'm saying claimed only because we don't have a work order, but you claimed that you reported it to the school, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you have said that you reported it to the principal and to the secretary, is that true?
Yes.
But there's not an official work order. We cannot, the government or us, we can't get our hands on a work order where you're requesting for them to fix that malfunction, right?
Yes, but I think that the school police department should have a record of that. If they did walkthroughs, how come they didn't report it?
Okay, well, you're asking.
And this is where the teacher loses me a bit. Again, I can understand if you had your keys here and that generally indicated you had locked the door. And I could understand you thinking, hand to Jesus that you locked the door. But then to take the blame and put it on the resource officer, I don't agree with. Again, regardless of if the door was locked, the shooter probably would have shot through the door. But there seems like there were a couple missteps by this teacher as well.
Question, and I can try to answer that.
Mm-hmm.
You guys didn't have a police officer assigned to your school, right?
No, but they did walkthroughs.
Well, we'll go one thing at a time.
Okay.
You didn't have a police officer assigned to your school, right?
No.
So the high school had a police officer full-time, but unfortunately your school did not have a police officer full-time, right?
No.
And the walkthrough by whomever, whichever PD did it, it was to make sure doors were locked, right?
Yes.
And is it safe to say there was a culture of warning teachers when that police officer, whoever it was, would check on the doors so then to remove the magnets? You remember that?
No.
Like teachers wouldn't tell other teachers that the police officer is there to remove the magnet?
No.
Okay. So now I want to direct your attention back to a little bit to before the incident happened. I think you testified that you thought you heard books dropping on the floor.
Yes.
But it was far but loud. correct?
Yes,
And then it got closer.
yes.
And then at some point, you said that you saw sheetrock chipping off of the walls.
Something was falling or, yeah.
Can you, because maybe I'm not clear, can you, Judge, may I stand up, please?
Yes.
If you're sitting at your desk in that room,
Mhm.
will you tell me where to stand where the front door is to 111?
On this side.
Tell me when to stop.
Right there,
Okay.
right there. Mhm.
And, I don't, sorry.
That's fine.
And is this the distance you were sitting as well? I mean, your desk from the door?
No, I would say it's probably where that gentleman's right there.
This gentleman here?
Yes, right there, right there.
Do you know the measurements of your schoolroom?
I very much like that the defense is giving a clear kind of visual account given by the witness of how far distances are, because, you know, a photograph, obviously Robb Elementary has been demolished, so they can't go to the scene. So the lawyer standing there gives a much better visual representation than saying 20 feet, 30 feet, especially if you're someone like me with poor spatial distance awareness.
No, but I would say probably like 30 feet by 20 feet or something like that.
Okay. And then when you saw, because I have to ask, when you saw things chipping and you made a decision ultimately to have the children hide, it was because you were worried that maybe they were in danger?
Yes.
In past lockdowns, would you go lock the door in past lockdowns?
Well, I would have gone to go check the door, yes.
And as these sounds got louder and louder, but in this incident, for whatever reason, and I'm not going to try to push you to try to remember why, you didn't go check the door to see if it was locked, right?
No, because I was confused of what the noise was. I didn't know it was a gun at the time.
And again, I have to ask this question.
And that makes sense. I mean, again, some teacher thought it was fireworks. If you don't know what this sound is, he correlated it to someone slamming books on the floor. But this was clearly against standard operating procedure and something that could have made a bit of difference.
In the lockdown training, you're not taught to figure out what the danger may be. Once you make a decision to do a lockdown, one of the responsibilities is to immediately lock the door, right?
Yes, but we weren't told like how we had practiced before. So when we would go into lockdown, it would usually come out on the intercom, or we had the Raptor system, which we never really used. So I wasn't too sure if we were on a lockdown or not.
Okay, let's break that down, because
Okay.
you said two things. You said intercom and you said Raptor system.
Mm-hmm.
So everybody knows what an intercom is. We're going to hear about how the school used it, but let's explain what the Raptor system is.
The Raptor system is an app that you have on your phone. So whenever there's something that's
Now, if you are new to this trial, it has come out already in testimony. Now, that testimony was stricken, that the Raptor alert given by the school's security system did not come until the shooter was already inside and shooting students. So had teachers waited for the Raptor system to indicate a lockdown, their children would, I mean, it was mid-massacre, basically.
happening bad, it should come up on your phone and let you know that you're on a lockdown or something, or whatever's, you know, the problem.
But if a teacher doesn't have their phone with them, then they can't get that part of the notification, right?
That's correct, yes.
Did you get a Raptor system notification?
No, sir.
Did you have your phone with you?
Yes.
Because you were receiving text messages and calls after you were shot,
Which is surprising to me because I never got text messages during the school year.
But so for sure, nobody was using the Raptor system to warn of this incident, correct? You didn't get a warning from your phone.
I didn't get a warning on my phone. I don't know if anybody else did.
Right. Now, I'm focused on you.
Mhm.
And then the intercom system, In the past, how would the intercom system be used?
Well, she would come on there and say, okay, we're on lockdown, and so we would do what we needed to do.
And she is the principal?
Yes,
But in your training, a teacher doesn't have to wait for the principal to go on lockdown. They can make an independent decision themselves. You agree with that?
I guess, yeah, you could.
Well, I'm just gonna respectfully push you on this.
I don't think that they were trained to think independently. I think that they were trained to, have the system alert you. They got compliant or complacent and assumed that Raptor would be, it was just complacency. Nothing happened. They didn't think anything would happen, and they got used to not taking all the precautions. It's normal. It's something humans do when nothing happens for a while.
A little bit, but no, but the training specifically says that you didn't, because if a teacher or a principal doesn't act or is not notified of an incident on the west side of a school, they would know, so a teacher can take responsibility in their own hands and call for a lockdown with their students, right?
So I'm guessing that you're assuming that I knew that that was a gun? Because I didn't make the correlation that the noise was coming from a gun until the gun was actually in my classroom. So the noise and the gun, I could not actually tell that we were in danger. It was.
What did he think the sheetrock coming down from the opposite wall was? And I'm not being a smartass. I really am not. But, and I know in a high stress situation, maybe your brain doesn't correlate.
Just a loud noise and it was just banging. So if you're...
I'm trying not to assume anything, that's why I'm asking questions, okay?
Okay.
And I'm really not trying to blame you or do anything disrespectful, I just have to ask these questions, okay?
Okay.
At some point, because we saw in the video, Amy Marin was yelling with another teacher down the hall,
Mhm.
correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you have to say yes, just because
Yes.
she's typing down.
I'm
It's
sorry.
okay, it's just for the court reporter. And you did not hear Amy yelling?
I did not hear Amy yell, no.
Did the teachers in 112, what were they doing during this time?
I'm not sure. I think that they were watching a movie as well.
But at some point, you have stated that they were trying to lock their door. You believe that they were locking their door.
I never stated that.
Have you ever spoken before to grand jury?
Yes.
I'm gonna find it for you, okay?
Okay.
And I think the defense is being really good. He's like, I'm not blaming you. Refocusing the conversation to, look, these were the procedures and they didn't happen. And that's why the training has to be more realistic, because teachers are not used to being in this situation. Police officers at least understand that their job might require this. So I can understand, freezing up. I can understand not being...
Suresh, are you staying in town? You staying in town?
Yes.
Okay. Tell you what, folks, we're gonna go, if he's not trying to drive back to Uvalde tonight, we're gonna go ahead and break for,
Judge, can I just make this last point before we take a break? I found it.
if you found it.
Yeah, I did, Judge. Sorry about that. I had written down the wrong number. And during the grand jury, you were under oath like you are today?
Yes.
And you answered questions honestly. May I approach?
Yeah.
I'm going to direct your attention to the transcript of your grand jury testimony, okay? Can you read line 13 to 17 to yourself, sir? Did you read it?
Mhm.
So as I said again, you testified before, because you were asked a question, did either of the teachers in room 112 come to your room and say, hey, I just got the Raptor? Your answer, no. Lock your door? I believe they were trying to lock their door. Do you remember saying that now?
Yes.
Okay. And so you said before that you believed that the teachers in 112 were trying to lock their door, right?
I believe that's what I had seen, or I was told from other teachers, yes.
Well, that's not what you said in this testimony. You said you believed it because they were right next to you, that they were locking their door, correct?
I believe that that's what they were doing.
I didn't know if you wanted to stop now, but I was going to keep going.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and break for the evening. We'll start at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Very important, you remember my instructions concerning any publicity, media, etc. Don't talk to anybody about the case. Don't let anybody talk to you. Mr. Reyes, I need to give you some instructions, so if you'll stay with us momentarily. So let everyone rise for the jury.
So I am going to be doing my breakdown in the morning. I started today on page 88. So started today on page 88, and I am at a page 130. So a lot of I took a lot of notes because the ballistics information is absolutely boring to me, and if not, I will start singing funny songs in my head. So I will be doing a breakdown in the morning and try to get that out before mornings with Mo. But doggone, Nick does pick the perfect time to kind of check out. And it's not intentional, but the state seems bound and daggone determined to just end each day with a flaming turd of an emotional witness. So thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. It's been a super long day. I don't know how we got so far behind, but I tend to babble a lot. So I will be making a breakdown video in the morning, and you guys take care. Go hug your loved ones. I'm going to go eat my feelings. Do whatever your slightly maladaptive coping mechanism is, and make sure that I just don't even know what to make of this case anymore. But thank you guys so much for hanging out, and I'll see you tomorrow at 8 a.m. for Mornings with Mo. If you like headlines, true crime, and all of the absurd with none of the political takes. I don't tell you how to think. I don't tell you what to think. I just ask that you think. It's a good morning show. I find a lot of absurd stuff, but I do give you the information that you need. I'm gonna go eat some gummy nerds and run away. Bye, you guys.